All right, hey everybody, welcome to Trading Capital's live trading stream. So far, if we do a quick run through, we have 8 minutes till the markets open. So, big thing, first thing to start off with is we tapped this downsloping trend line. Everyone in their mother has been watching that level, and we officially tagged it yesterday. And let me be clear, yesterday saw a little bit of a mini sell-off, although the markets did finish quite substantially positive. So look at this exceptional rally. So first things first, from this low pivot over here, we just want to draw a fib retrace to see where we're currently trading. Right now, we're breaking that first Fibonacci zone. So what does that tell us? That likely means since we're piercing this one, we're probably going to flush down to this next one. Now, the big question is, are we going to get bought off of this gap up? That is what I'm waiting for and watching. Typically, the market has been in a buy the dip scenario, but there might be a little bit more hesitancy going into today's earnings with NVDA after the bell. And there have been some negative earnings this morning that are kind of weighing in on the market. But nonetheless, we are looking for a gap down. And whether or not this is a bearish gap that gets bought back up, time will tell. But I'm looking for a potential bounce level at this 382 fib level. If we just a day trading scalp, there is the potential that if this market really starts to flush, it's going to really have to take yields to turn positive. So right now they are negative on the 20, the 10, and the 2. So if you see yields turn positive, like the 30-year yield, then we could actually flush down a little bit more to this high pivot and maybe this 50% retrace on the SPY. I'm still holding my shorts. I'm in the money on my SPY short. I am in the money on my QQQ short as well. And I'm also in the money on my AMD puts from yesterday's trading session. AMD looks like a weak candidate. I think I'm going to target this one. Why? We have this beautiful little rounding formation, head and shoulders. You're actually gapping over the neckline. That makes me exceptionally more bearish on this particular name just intraday for a day trade. Whenever you have a head and shoulders pattern intraday and then you actually gap over the neckline, that makes me definitely more bearish. So you will be triggering this 10-minute head and shoulders on AMD. Downside target takes you to 119.20. Now the big question is, are we going to get bought off of this EMA 113? You can see we're tagging that right now at that 120.64 level. There is a potential that we actually bounce all the way up and then have the bigger roll over to the downside. So just pay close attention to AMD. Mark those pre-market lows and highs on your chart. NVIDIA is also trading, closed at 504.12 yesterday, trading down to 501.67. Still above the previous all-time high. Oh, sorry, no, I apologize. We're actually below the previous all-time high. So we haven't got that confirmation of a breakout just quite yet. So I'm watching that very, very closely. But I'm actually probably looking to potentially take some profits on these puts. Maybe I'm going to scale out half and then re-short the retrace. Let's touch base on NVIDIA since that is the big stock that's set to report earnings. Obviously, NVIDIA, everyone is watching that the bellwether stock because this is a stock that has been leading the bull market higher and lower. So definitely pay close attention to NVIDIA as we move forward today. It's going to be interesting. So right now, obviously we had that new all-time high peekaboo breakout yesterday. And the fact that we are now below, gapping back below the previous all-time high, that's a big level. So watch this resistance level, this previous 502.60 area, if we get a bounce, to see if we start closing above that on the 10-minute time frame, the hourly time frame, and then obviously the daily time frame. So lots of things in motion here. We are seeing the markets continuing to pretty much be at the pre-market lows, and this is on the back of a weak dollar. So I have the dollar coming into some major support here. We are on a 3-bar surge down on the dollar. So take a look at this DXY chart. We're on a 3-bar surge. So you had your big 3-bar surge. So definitely watch the dollar intraday because we could see a little bit of a bounce coming in. It also happened with this lower boundary pivot. So definitely keep your eye on the dollar. But right now it is exceptionally weak intraday, and you can see it's actually trying to make new lows. So the importance of this is that the dollar's weak and the market's weak. So imagine if the dollar starts to bounce at all, what is that going to do to the major indices? We are seeing even the Russell basically gapping down today. I believe on the Russell daily chart, we can actually come back down all the way to this gap fill sitting at around 175.85 on the charts. All right, so in terms of what I'm trading, I'm looking at my AMD. I'm probably going to be covering and pulling some profits at the open here. So definitely keep your eye on that particular name. And then I'm also potentially looking at covering some QQQ and SPY shorts. All right. And then if we get a retrace to the neckline, I will probably play NVIDIA or AMD on the short side again. But I'm just going to keep the SPY up here. We will watch the SPY. I'm going to flip to the 3-minute chart. Your pre-market low is sitting at 450. Sorry, just bear with me here. 452.90. 452.90. All right, so market is set to open in a few minutes, and we are gapping lower on the charts. So right now, NVIDIA is down 0.5%. The semi SOXS is up 2.63%. Let's see what type of action we get. I'm also riding my Coinbase puts. We are in the money on coin. I took that trade at 105. My average is 104.20. I'm looking at a move down to 102 on the charts. Bitcoin is weak today on the back of a weak dollar as well. So I find it interesting that the markets are weak, and so is Bitcoin. So DXY weak, Bitcoin weak. VIX is slightly positive. Yields are down. All right, the SPY is getting a little bit of a bounce here. So get ready. Markets are open here. Markets are open. All right, SPY is getting a nice little push up here. SPY is getting a pump. So the gap down right now. Pre-market low. Watch that pre-market low. NVIDIA is coming down some more. Down 0.8%. All right. AMD trying to get a little bit of a bid here. The Russell's still coming down. QQQ's falling a little bit more now. SPY's seeing some more sell side pressure. All right, 120.34. I covered AMD 120.34. I'm still riding a whole host of other shorts on coin as well. Coin is holding up, but AMD is falling here sharply. NVIDIA is falling. Tesla's falling. Tesla's breaching the pre-market low. Look at that fall on AMD. We can actually play it on the long side here if it flushes in. Let's see what type of action we get. AMD is coming into its downside target. SPY is still at the low. I'm actually going to cover my SPY here at 453. 453. I just covered my SPY short just for a quick gain. So 453 we just covered. We are below we're still above pre-market low. So I'm just going to draw this pre-market low at 452.90. And sorry if there's any questions in the chat. I'm just really focused here. So if SPY breaks this pre-market low, we wait for a back test and then a potential additional short. Bitcoin, Tesla's breaking, Apple's breaking, Microsoft's testing pre-market low. SPY is getting a small bounce here. Let's see AMD. So AMD is still not at target, but keep that one on watch for a long trigger. Tesla's now negative. Tesla is now negative. So we've banked a lot of profits already. I am also looking at pulling off my QQQ. I'm going to cover my QQQ short. Let me pull up that chart here. All right, I covered QQQ at 388.41. 388.41. So that's another banger of a profit. Now QQQ did breach that pre-market low, so we just need to be mindful that if it's breaching this pre-market low, it likely means it could be a short all day long. All right, NVIDIA is getting a big bounce. Still seeing Apple getting a big bounce. Tesla's turning green here. Let's see if there's a trade on the long side of Tesla. So Tesla's seeing some relative strength here. Tesla's back above its pre-market low. We are seeing the indices still selling. So there's some strength in Tesla, strength in NVIDIA getting bought back up. We may have a long trade on Tesla. Let me just clean up some of my lines here from yesterday. Bear with me. So you can see Tesla breached that area. So NVIDIA is getting bought up pretty sharply here. Watch Tesla because we have this potential inverted head and shoulders. We have to really break this neckline for a long trigger. But it's trying. It's certainly trying. All right, so Tesla's the strong horse today, guys. We'll watch that on the long side. Still watching AMD. SPY is still weak. It is above pre-market. The Russell's coming down some more. All right, the IWM is looking very, very weak here. We're still technically in a bearish gap on the major indices, but Tesla is trying to diverge from the market. AMD is getting a bid. Russell's still selling. Coinbase is now selling as well. So Tesla's ripping here. It's testing pre-market high. It is breaking that neckline. Now we wait for the retest on Tesla. We wait for a little bit of a pullback. You could chase it here, but I'm not personally going to because I'm seeing the SPY still selling. All right, I'm shorting Tesla here at 238.46. 238.46 short Tesla. 238.46, tapping that pre-market high. And then what my plan is, I will add a little bit more if we go higher here. Basically $1 higher. I will add to the Tesla short. It's a 1/4 position. And what I'm expecting is a retrace down to this previous breakout, this 237. So I'm going to cover at 237.07-ish if we tap this and go long. Okay, so I'm going to switch. NVIDIA almost filled its gap, so it is pushing up higher here. All right, here comes the fall in Tesla. Let me just see it. All right, Tesla's continuing to tap that pre-market. SPY is trying to bounce a little bit. The SPY is trying to bounce. And it looks like Tesla may want to go and fill this gap at some point today. So keep your eye on that 242 level. All right, we're seeing the SPY looking like it wants to test the pre-market lows. All right, it's still holding up pretty well here, Tesla. Still seeing weakness in the markets, but the S&P is trying to bounce. All right, we're in the money about 40 cents here. Okay, I'm going to move a break-even stop loss just because we're consolidating at this high range. So I'm break-even stop loss on Tesla, 238.46. Break-even stop. The SPY is tapping pre-market low, so this could get nasty for the markets. All right, here we go. Come on, let's see some more downside. S&P's tapping pre-market low. Tesla's still hanging in there. We're still riding this one. I am seeing coin selling pretty hard here with Bitcoin. All right, I'm covering Tesla. Well, I'm gonna move my stop loss down a little bit to 238.28. 238.28 in the money stop now. And we just covered our. All right, I'm gonna go long at 217. FSR stop loss is the low day. So long FSR stop loss. Let's ride this one. Long FSR stop loss. NVDA turned positive. Tesla's ripping higher here. So that was a good little exit on Tesla. But NVIDIA is starting to rip. Bitcoin's still selling. Microsoft is bouncing off the lows. Apple's still super, super weak today. So I'm looking at Apple shorts as well, potentially. So NVIDIA did see a big, big buy the dip rally that came into fruition. FSR is trying to move up a little bit here. Let's see what the indices are doing. The SPY on the other screen. So you can see the pre-market low is here at this yellow 452.90. We're just hovering on that. We lose that, and SPY is going to go down to this 382. So it's about a potential 52-cent scalp that we can do. All right, FSR is bouncing a little bit, but still very, very weak. The Russell's now coming down. What Tesla's doing, again, Tesla's one of the only mega caps that are positive, and NVIDIA is trying to hold on to positive gains. So Tesla's a short at that gap fill that I discussed. Tesla is a short at that gap fill. So we've already covered basically a few trades here already. So made profits on our AMD, made profits on our SPY, made profits on our Qs, still holding a few other trades. Long FSR at that 217. Made a small profit on Tesla. All right, I'm just going to break these previous levels here just to clean up the chart. All right, Tesla at this gap fill. If we get a straight shot move into there, that's a short. The upside target on this inverted head and shoulders move takes us to, let's just do a quick measurement. It actually takes us to a pierce of that gap, so we could actually get there. Tesla is starting to lift this market. All right, Tesla's still surging higher here, looking for a potential short trade. Let's see pre-market low. I'm still watching Tesla, so I'll keep you abreast if I take any sort of trades. So the SPY is down 0.27, Q is down 0.47, the Russell is down 0.87. So definitely weakness in the Russell. All right, SPY's losing that pre-market low. It's probably going to be a short if we get a close below that pre-market. So watching that closely. Bitcoin is still selling pretty heavy here. FSR is about to stop us out for about a 3-cent loss. We're still holding. I'm 5-minute. I'm probably going to do a 2-minute close unless we flush. NVDA is getting that big bounce, taking it back almost to the positive side. AMD is still negative but bouncing, still below pre-market low AMD, so a little bit of a relative weakness. AMD is still selling off, so AMD is below pre-market low. That's another short area of focus. Apple's also testing the pre-market low. If it loses that, then that's another short. So pre-market low on AMD is 120.58. All right, SPY's tapping. I'm shorting AMD. If it taps this 120.58, even here's juicy. Even here looks very, very juicy. All right, I'm shorting AMD here, 120.29, 120.29. We're short AMD again. It's a 1/4 position. It's a 1/4 position, 120.29. We're under the pre-market low. Let me just fix that. SPY is still losing that pre-market low. Russell's coming down some more now. Come on, AMD, give it up. Apple's testing pre-market low as well. That looks like a short. The SPY did get a new low of day, closed below pre-market low. So it is a short down to that 452.33 area. Shorts are in favor. Shorts are in favor. I repeat, shorts are in favor. We just got stopped out of FSR for a small 4-cent loss on the trade. I apologize about that, but that's okay. We're still banking profits today. All right, so now SPY, if it retests the pre-market low at 452.90, we can look for additional shorts off of that area to falter a little bit here. So Apple's starting to falter a little bit here. Also losing pre-market low at 190.58. So it's testing this area right now, Apple. So look at that pre-market low test. Where's Apple? Where could Apple trade to? Well, let's take a peek. Market's getting a big bounce here. NVIDIA's back to the negative side. So Apple probably wants to test this trend line, maybe even the gap fill sitting at around 189.70-ish. So watch that closely. All right, SPY is getting rejected. I'm going to get some Apple shorts here, 190.64. 190.64. We're shorting Apple again. 190.64. It's a 1/4 position. I will add if we go all the way up to 190.101. Move stops to break even on AMD. We're moving stops to break even on AMD. So we're nicely, yes, let's go AMD. Downside target. Come on, come on. Pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it. Fall, 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 fall. Come on. Come on, AMD. Give it up. This is beautiful so far. All right, so Apple's still holding up. AMD Come on, AMD, get to target. Get to play out. So let's see what the 10-minute chart looks like. Come on, AMD. All right, I'm moving an in-the-money stop on AMD to 120.13. We're protecting the trade. Come on, AMD. Get to target. Get to target. Get to target. Come on, break that low of day. Bust it. SPY's getting a bounce. The Russell's still selling. The Russell, big sell. Bitcoin's still selling. NVIDIA's, Apple's had a tremendous bounce, which is why the SPY is bouncing. SPY still getting rejected at pre-market low. Apple saw a big bounce. I just added to Apple at 191.01. 191.01. Short. So my average is now 190.81. We added on that tap there. We are starting to move up some more. SPY is getting a big bounce here. Apple's moving up. The next ad level on Apple is going to be this low pivot here, these two pivot zones. So call it 190. Coin still selling. Let's look for a flush. New low of day on AMD. New low of day. All right, here we go. Here we go. This is beautiful. Come on, give us that flush. Downside target is almost there. We're tapping an hourly support trend line. 119.38 is an hourly support, but considering we bounced there before and making new lows, I still remain bearish. Bitcoin's selling hard here, so our coin puts are printing. 102 puts are in the fucking money. Let's go. Let's go, coin. It is dumping hard. All right, we're seeing the markets trying to bounce here. Bitcoin's now under 37,000 again. AMD's seeing a little bit of. So right now we have QQQ down 0.5%, Russell down 1.1, and the Dixie is still negative. So let's see if the Dixie turns positive. Come on, AMD. Get to target. Get to target. We want to see that target hit. All right, AMD is getting a nice bounce here. SPY is above the pre-market high. Russell's below pre-market low. Sorry, SPY is above pre-market low. The bounce is coming in the semis a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm still holding coin lower. We are banking on that. Still holding. I'm still holding. All right, SPY potential little 1 minute bull flag is forming. Dollar's coming down. Bitcoin's still selling. Now down in the session 2.38%. Apple's now coming down. All right, let's ride this down a little bit more. Let's ride this down. Qualcomm's getting hit, so definitely some weakness across the semiconductors. Even Amazon is getting rocked right now. All right, AMD is trying to gain some buyers here off of this level. Apple's also trying to. SPY's trying to break out here, so buyers are stepping in. We have an in-the-money stop on AMD. Apple, we're slightly out of the money. Still in a major bear zone here. The Russell's getting a pretty decent bounce. So SPY's bouncing. We're coming up into a little bit of a pivot zone at 453.21. Tesla's looking like it wants to get to gap fill, so keep your eye on a Tesla trade. We can potentially short Tesla. I'm looking at a Tesla short above 243. All right, SPY's coming back down a little bit now. So SPY's tapping that 5-minute. If we lose this EMA 113 and the pre-market low, which just so happens to be in the same vicinity, watch out. All right, SPY's coming back down. Apple seeing the sellers emerge. Bitcoin's still falling. Amazon's still falling. You have Tesla up 2.33%, completely diverging from the markets. SPY is tapping that pre-market low again. Still holding AMD short. Still holding Coinbase puts. Still holding NVDA shorts. Looking at a Tesla short if we get a little bit higher. All right, look, expect to test this next fib zone at 452.43. Expect to test that. I may consider a long trade on the SPY at that level. I may. Now we need to pay attention to, this is the heaviest volume period during the day. Are we seeing sellers emerge into this heavy volume in the morning? And then do we see an afternoon float? That may come to fruition. Tesla's still consolidating to move higher. Let's look at what NVIDIA is doing. NVDA. So NVIDIA putting in potential bearish consolidation. Still holding above that 500 level. Bitcoin new lows. So Bitcoin is selling off pretty hard here. Bitcoin is selling. We're still holding these coin puts. 102s went in the money, but I want more. I'm going to be greedy with these coin puts. SPY is still below pre-market low. So I'm going to grab some SPY shorts here. SPY 452.82. I just got filled. 452.82. 452.82. We're short the SPY. AMD, we're still holding our AMD with an in-the-money stop. I like that very, very much. That was our previous short. Apple, I'm still about break even on Apple. Tesla's starting to see a little more selling take place, but holding relatively well. Come on, flush down to this fib. I want SPY to flush down to this next fib. We're sitting on the 50 intraday moving average. Next ad level on SPY will be at these major pivots here. If you're a little more conservative, you can use this pivot high, the gap window. AMD is still weak. Amazon's still weak. Oil's right underneath the daily 200 MA, so it's trying to consolidate and break out of a bullish range. So we're still holding Apple. Let's take a peek at what Apple's doing here. SPY is getting a little bit of a bounce. All right, Apple's starting to come in and cooperate. We're now in the money on Apple. NVIDIA is looking like it wants to test the low of days. All right, so this is where it gets interesting. We look for a long setup on Apple. If we get a flush into this gap fill, so I'm going to mark that on the chart. We look for just a day trade bounce opportunity at this 189.70-ish area. I think we could actually get down there very soon. AMD, I'm still holding that short. Still holding the SPY short because we're under that pre-market. A little bit of data coming out here. What's it going to do? All right, it's spiking. Data is it's fairly muted, quiet right now, which probably isn't good for the indices at this point in time. Still fighting that pre-market yellow dotted line. All right, SPY is getting a move up here. SPY is getting a move up. Potential little 1 minute inverse head and shoulders forming. Let me flip to the 1 minute chart just to show you. If it fails, we go lower. You can even draw it from the 3 pivots. So if this fails, we're going to head much, much lower on the SPY. NVIDIA new lows. NVIDIA is making new lows. So semis are going to wane on this market. We likely head lower. AMD, waiting for target. We're still holding AMD short. Look at NVIDIA sell. This is going to drag the market down. NVIDIA is now down 1.26%. Tesla's diverging up 2.6. Look at this sell candle. This is beautiful for our AMD short. All right, so we're going to now move our stop down on AMD some more, okay? Putting in a potential bear flag. SPY's still under pre-market low. Our stop, I'm going to move our stop down to this high pivot, 190.92 on AMD. Still hasn't fulfilled my downside target. I am interested in going long if we get a flusher. Still holding Apple short. We're basically flat. Still holding the SPY short after already covering it initially. I think SPY wants new lows of day. Come on. It may tap this trend line. We'll see if it can break above. SPY's pushing up here. Dollar is softening, which is why the SPY is trying to bounce. The dollar is softening, which is why the SPY. The Russell is getting a pretty big bounce as well. So the Russell is a short at 177.96. I repeat, the IWM Russell is a short at 177.96. Why is that? Well, we're coming up to pre-market high. So keep the Russell level on your chart, because it is a potential short at 177.96. I'm just going to mark that in. Right there, I'm looking at shorting the Russell. There's even a gap fill right at 178, okay? I'll let you know if I get filled. Let's just look at the SPY. I'm still in AMD short. The fact that Bitcoin's making new lows, so is NVIDIA, that's a little bit skeptical about this potential breakout. Now, if this does break out, what's the upside target of this 1 day? Around that 453. That's your fib retrace. All right, SPY, come on, lose that pre-market low again. Lose that pre-market low, and we go lower. Sounds great. Way beyond me right now. I'm just starting to understand trading and exploring its markets. Hey, Liquid Fire, welcome to the session. Thanks for the comments. Much appreciated. Yes, I'm day trading here. I do have a swing trading service that is a little bit slower through my Discord and alert service, but this is live day trading. Very, very quick and fast pace. I would not recommend you. I would just sit back and recommend that you watch and listen if you don't have much day trading experience, because day trading, swing trading are very, very different. Very different. So MD short, which I think right now it's nice to see that semis are the weak sector of the market right now. I still think AMD goes lower. I have the target down here at 119.18. We're flat on Apple, in the money deeply on AMD. I'm going to lower my stop loss on AMD 119.85. So protecting that trade nonetheless. I'm still looking at shorts on the Russell. We have not hit that pre-market low yet, but once we do, you know what to do. All right, AMD is coming down to target. AMD is coming down to target. Let's see a new low of day on AMD. Come on, baby. Come on. Fucking flush it. Sorry for my language, but I get hyped. Caffeine's kicking in. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. All right, get ready to short that Russell. It's almost up to target. New low of day on AMD. Banging. We are banging. Let's go. SPY's losing pre-market. The dollar's starting to perk back up a little bit, so this is going to be a headwind for the markets. The Dixie. I warned you that the markets have been in sell. Affects the markets at all. Tesla just hit gap fill. Tesla did just hit gap fill. So look for some shorts on Tesla here. Let me flip to my Tesla chart. TSLA. All right, I wondered if I take a Tesla short. I'm just going to keep an eye on AMD since we're approaching target very, very closely here. And I'm still holding a SPY short and Apple short. I'm just trying to see if there's any other trade setups that are catching my eye at the moment. Since we've been selling off all morning, I am favoring a potential long trade at some point, but we haven't fully hit the downside measured move yet. Tesla's still trying to push. Microsoft's remaining okay. Microsoft, if it loses pre-market low, it's a short. Tesla's pushing up some more now. So is AMD. So is the SPY. All right, SPY is testing that neckline break. We are not through it yet, but getting very, very close to doing so. So get ready. The dollar is still trying to move. NVIDIA's bouncing. Bitcoin's bouncing. So notice this resistance trend line. We're potentially carving out that right shoulder, but we keep getting rejected. We've been rejected once, twice now. They say 3 times the charm. If we don't get through on the 3rd time, which it's looking like we might actually now. But let's just see, because Apple's still weak. Apple's down 0.3. Oil's starting to weaken. That's actually a tailwind for the markets, so it's suggesting higher upside. All right, I'm moving this potential short up a little bit to 453.32. I'll add. You have an upside target right around here. AMD may stop us out here. AMD's may stop us out. We have an in-the-money stop-loss protection in place. So that's always good to see. All right, so we got a 1-minute close above the neckline. We will see if this is just a fake out. If we lose this, then we're heading lower. Uh-oh. 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 Brace. Brace. It's holding. There's your back test on the 1 minute. We're closing back below. This could be a failed break on the inverted head and shoulders. And if it becomes an engulfing candle in the 1 minute, we're heading down to this 382. 8 seconds left on the candle. So far, we're closing back below the neckline. That's not a good sign. That was a 1 minute close below the neckline. Therefore, this pattern is technically failed. From failed patterns come bearish moves. So I'm still holding my short. It's a 1/4 position. And I'm actually looking at a Russell short. We're 10 cents away from a Russell short, 10 cents away. All right, I'm grabbing some Tesla puts here. Tesla puts, I'm grabbing 241.0 DTE, 241.0 DTE, 241.0 DTE. So we needed to hit this red line here. Basically entered right at that gap fill. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. All right, I'll watch Tesla on my other screen. Let's watch the SPY chart here. The SPY rejection is still in place, still holding Apple shorts, still holding Tesla puts, coin puts, AMD shorts. SPY is trying to reject at this neckline. We will find out. Thanks, Liquid Fire. Thoughts about NQ? Is it going to go up? Joke, I don't think so. I think we've had a massive rally. If you're chasing longs here, you're probably positioned on the wrong side of the market. Now, obviously, after the earnings of NVIDIA, after the bell today, anything could happen. But I just think we're so extended. We've had basically 15 days of straight upside, almost, 11% on the NQ move up. It's just a stellar move. All right, our Apple short is flat. S&P slightly out of the money. AMD is just printing for us today. Semis are weak on the back of NVIDIA reporting earnings today. Let's move along. All right, Microsoft's testing pre-market low. Apple's now in the money. SPY is getting rejected. I still have a target down here on the SPY of 452.40. Where's my long trade on the SPY? All right, let's take a look at the long trigger. I really, since we're consolidating here, if the SPY flushes down to this pivot, 451.38, I'll just mark that on the chart. That's probably going to be the long trade entry, which it's a little bit far, quite a ways away, but don't be surprised. Don't be surprised with the rally we've had. All right, so SPY once again rejected, getting rejected at that neckline, but trying to recover and move higher. Now, we could potentially use this as the new neckline, using that, but I still want to keep the old one in place because that was the original bullish pattern that was forming, which failed. AMD we're still holding, Apple we're still holding, Tesla we have 241 puts, which were up just a little bit on that trade. Come on, Tesla, get in the money. Still holding Coinbase puts, which were deep in the money already. Fuck yeah, man. Look at this rejection on SPY. Yes, let's go. Let's go, man. This is what I'm saying. SPY's below pre-market low. Bear zone is in play. Bearish, bearish, bearish. Apple's catching a little bit of a bid here, but Apple's still weak. That's on the back of now Microsoft selling. All right, we're still holding Tesla short. We're about a buck away from being in the money on those puts. In the money on your puts. We had 102 puts from yesterday, which are in the money. Now, what I'm going to do on Coinbase, so my entry was here. We called out 102s. We're now in the money. I'm going to sell half and leave half runners with a break-even stop loss. Sorry, actually, I'll put a stop loss at this high pivot zone, 103.21. So I just sold half the puts there. I just sold half the puts at 101.50, and now I have an in-the-money stop on the remaining half. The trade is now risk-free. Booyah, baby, booyah. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. All right, let's see what else we can find here. SPY still fighting this little yellow trend line. This dotted line is AMD has not hit my downside target yet, although now it's potentially putting in an inverted head and shoulders here. Little mini one on the 1 minute chart. Basically, you can see over there, if we get a close above that neckline, our stop loss is right at that 109.85, so we're in the money nicely on that trade. And let's just see if it starts to get that close above the neckline. Time will tell. All right, what else are we looking at here? We have Amazon pushing lower, Microsoft breaching the pre-market low, Apple were flat on the trade, Coin, we covered that a little bit. Let's see if there's any long setups yet. The markets haven't quite fulfilled my downside measured move yet, which is why. All right, I just took IWM short, market low. So 177.91, I just got filled on the Russell. 177, that's a starter position. Okay, it's a starter position. The only thing that we have to be mindful of with this Russell is basically this little neckline here. If you start to make a left shoulder, then we could have a pretty big move to the high side. But I'll watch that closely. 177.91, I'll mark that on my chart. All right, for the rest of the day, it should be fairly quiet. I think we have minutes at 2 p.m. and then obviously the big earnings release of NVDA. All right, so SPY trying to get above that original neckline, and sellers are emerging. Sellers are emerging. Microsoft losing pre-market lows, so this one is another short setup. NVIDIA is testing low of day, so is AMD. Our AMD freaking shorts are printing. Fuck yeah, man. We're killing it today, man. We are killing it today. This is what I'm talking about, man. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. Look at this AMD. All right, I'm moving the stop loss down on AMD now. All right, AMD is almost to target. Get ready on AMD. It's almost at target. It is almost at target. SPY. All right, AMD, I'm covering half here, 119.20. I just covered half, and I'm moving the rest of my position down to 119.45. That is a stellar fucking play on AMD. Look at this. Banking. 0.6. All right, I'm covering the full position here, 119.14. Just covered the full AMD position, and I'm going to maybe look for a long setup here. If we can actually come down a little bit more on AMD, I want to see it flush maybe. There are buyers stepping in. We're going to look for a long setup here. Come on, AMD. Flush this low. We're almost there. All right, I'm going long AMD here, 119.25. 119.25, it's a 1/4 position, 119.25. So we flipped from short to long on AMD. I'm still holding Apple shorts, Tesla shorts, and SPY shorts, and IWM shorts. But we are long AMD here. We are long AMD. Come on, it's a 1/4 position. We did fulfill that downside target. I will add to the position at this 118.84. 118.84. We are getting a higher low divergence. So this was your big dip on the RSI, which made this low pivot here. Then you've been trending higher, making a little bit of higher highs, but the price action is making lower lows, and you are putting in this little bit of a bearish or a falling wedge pattern. So take a look at this falling wedge. And be ready. We may have to exit our SPY short. All right, Tesla's 241 puts are almost in the money, eh? Here we go. We're still going. We are still going. Let's do this. Come on, AMD. Get your ass up there. Falling wedge. Let's see how strong it is. I'll add to AMD down here. 118. We only have a 1/4 position. NVIDIA new lows. Microsoft got a 1-minute close under the pre-market low. That's typically bearish. SPY's getting a bounce, though. The SPY is getting a bounce. NVIDIA is still selling here. All right, the IWM is starting to move up a little bit. Tesla puts are almost as of now. As of now, and the SPY is actually getting a bounce here. So I'm going to put a break-even stop loss here. So our target is this 241 area. I'm actually going to put an in-the-money stop loss on Tesla right at 242.76, okay? A little bit lower here, but that's okay. It's still technically in its wedge pattern. Falling wedge patterns are notoriously bullish just for a quick bounce trade. And you can see we're tapping that level right now. We can always break it, but we have fulfilled the downside move of the head and shoulders intraday pattern. All right, NVIDIA is still selling. So NVIDIA is now down a couple percent or 1.7%, weighing in on the semis. Apple. All right, AMD is going a little lower. So is the SPY. So is Tesla. Get ready. SPY is breaking down. AMD is selling some more now. AMD is selling some more, I repeat. Almost adding to AMD. Get ready. This is going to be a half a position. All right, new lows on the SPY. New lows on the SPY. Come on, baby. All right, I'm selling these. I want them to get in the money. Come on, they're so close. They're so close. Come on, Tesla, get in the money. Get ready to secure profits on Tesla. Come on. Come on. Come on, come on. NVIDIA new lows. AMD's getting a little bit of a bounce, but still super, super weak. All right, I'm lowering my stop on Tesla now. These puts 242.35. Just give me a second. I'm getting a phone call. Okay. Sorry, guys, you may have heard that, but I just added to AMD here at 118.80. What is that? 118.85. So it brought my average down to 119.01. And basically, we are seeing the SPY putting in bearish consolidation. I touched base on that big fib level sitting at, what was it, 440? Sorry, 452 and change. It's going to appear here, right here. We're approaching that fib level very, very closely. It's not a technical long yet on the SPY, but it is an important level to note because it is a decent support level. So the longer level that I like is basically this fib level and this pivot zone. That's where I start looking at the longs. But AMD is selling some more now. Tesla puts are almost in the money with an in-the-money stop loss. Our Apple short is now paying. And Microsoft is breaking down some more. Microsoft looks like it may head to gap fill sitting at 369.87. All right, so this AMD, the next ad level on AMD is basically, just give me a second here. Oof, this is a tough one now. It's breaching. See, names are overshooting now because the market is so extended. Just close those out. Just close those out for a frickin' banger. Now we can watch for a potential right shoulder development, but that was stellar. 241 puts in the frickin' money. Look at that. Bang, closed down here. Boom. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. Watch for a potential right shoulder bounce. This is another long level. So the next ad level on AMD is going to be, just let my charts catch up here. So we are out of the money slightly, but that's okay. We still have room to add to this position. So the next ad level on AMD is 118.40. Let me just get my drawing tool here. 118.40. And then basically 40 cents from that, 118. So that would be a full position if we add on AMD. But this falling wedge had, I'm looking at trimming some of my SPY shorts. Okay. We're coming up into a major fib zone. All right, fib zone. I just covered my SPY short here at 452.33. 452.33. SPY is falling some more. I covered my SPY short. That's a beautiful short. That's a beautiful new low of day on Apple. Apple's coming down some more. AMD's coming down some more. Not at the next level, but approaching. So big sell pressure coming in the markets today, which was kind of to be expected. Covering Apple here, 190.43, 190.43. I just covered my Apple here at 190.43 for a nice gain as well. So we entered up here at 190.81, and we just covered our Apple there. That's a beautiful trade. All right, so we're just banking. So right now what we have left on the table is AMD long. This area, does anyone know? Not only did you have a pivot, but it was your pre-market low rejection. All right, I'm about to look for a cover. NVIDIA's testing pre-market low. AMD, I just added to AMD at 119.30. 38. 119.30. Let's look at AMD. So this is a beautiful, beautiful session because all of the profits we made are covering us. Even if we lose on this trade, we're still banking. Look at that Russell falling. We're deep in the money on our Russell shorts. So I added at 119.38. Let me just add that up there. And basically that brings the average down to 118.71. Just like that, we're almost in the money, flat on that trade. All right, let's see. So SPY is still seeing weakness, but we are coming up into a long level. So keep your wits about you on this SPY because I am interested in playing it on the long side. NVIDIA, just going to go to the 10-minute chart. Look at this pivot and the 50% retrace. And then you also have this upsloping trend line. So confluence and the EMA 113. That's a big, big level. I would love to go long the S&P right in this area, this 451.50-ish. Okay, so just be ready, or an in-the-money stop. So that's beautiful to see. I see a potential inverse head and shoulders on FSR forming. So look for a long trigger on FSR. AMD is still selling here. Still selling. I see this trend line on AMD. I think we're breaching it right now. So that's a bearish break of that trend line. But we should get a retest of it. We should get a move back to the retest. And it's a confluence of two trend lines right in this vicinity. So we should get a retest at some point. Tesla's looking interesting for a long bounce as well. It's pulled off from the highs. It is showing relative strength. You've now had a 30-minute pullback. All right, Tesla's still coming down, hitting support, getting a bounce now. NVIDIA's at pre-market low, so we should see a small bounce in the semis off of this area. NVIDIA is testing the 492.25 area. 239.60 long TSLA. 1/4 position. Okay, I'm expecting a potential bounce to maybe form a right shoulder. Let's see if we get that price action. 239.60. I'll add at the pre-market high here, 238.66, okay? Just going to remove these red trend lines. AMD is still struggling off of that area. 118 is the next add level on AMD if it gets down there. So Tesla's bouncing. Russell's still coming in. I'm going to move an in-the-money stop now on my Russell short, so I'm protecting that on the chart. 177.82 stop, which is right around here. Okay, these pips from shorts. I still think the market can go lower, but we should see a small little bounce in my opinion. Apple's still under pre-market low. Microsoft, I'm looking at a short. If Microsoft retests at around 239.72, so it's an in-the-money stop loss. 239.72 on Tesla. We are getting a nice bounce. It's cooperating. We just need AMD to firm up. Look at this bounce. Come on, Tesla. Hopefully I can match this pivot zone up here. I'm going to start scaling out soon, though. Come on, Tesla. Getting a nice little cross of the RSI. Shows room to run to the high side on the S&P. S&P is getting a bounce here. Tesla's bouncing. Let's take a look at AMD since it is a little bit of a larger position. It is starting to move up off of the lows as well. Still very, very weak. This could be a bearish wedge. We don't want to see that break. Oh, AMD. Just so weak ahead of the semis. That's okay, though. Markets are still technically okay. Apple's coming down, but it's tagging a pretty decent 10-minute support level. The EMA 113. All right, Tesla just stopped us out there. Tesla did just stop us out for a small gain. They wicked us out off of that dip. Apple's starting to fall even more now. Let's look at Microsoft here. I'm thinking of taking some Microsoft shorts. It is down 1.38%, but it's still under pre-market low. If it can move up a little bit higher, I'm going to short Microsoft. Let's see what else is running. What's this SHOT? Apologize, but still made a small profit. Look at this SHOT. Holy cannoli. It's in squeeze zone, parabolic zone. All right, AMD is trying to get a little bit of a bounce here. They have a gap fill. All right, I'm going to pick up this SHOT. I'm going to go long 479, 479. It's a one very small position since this is super elevated, and it is a little bit of a riskier trade. So it's a 1/4, but it's a smaller size of shares. Okay. So 479 long. Let me just bring up this green line here. We did trade this yesterday for a small gain. So hopefully we can get a little bit of a squeeze and pump. I see a gap fill at the high there. So maybe we get a move up. Maybe not. AMD's trying to bounce. Tesla's still bouncing. Apple's still weak though. So it's dragging on this S&P. And we have FOMC minutes at 3 p.m. NVIDIA got a big bounce off of pre-market low. The big question is, will it test it and break it again? Time will tell. And then I will add to this position, this SHOT, basically here at 456. And this is extremely small. So, I mean, I'm not risking a lot of capital because the moves could be very, very big. So I'm only going to add twice to this position. Here at 455, gap fill, and then down here if it hits that bounce on Tesla. Wow, could have held that one. If anybody held those diamond hands, I fucking paper handed that bullshit. So, you know, you win some. We still won on the trade, but it would have been such a nice winner if we were able to hold that. All right, AMD higher off of this continuation, but Microsoft is still selling. Microsoft looks like it wants that gap fill. AMD is still selling. Such weakness in AMD. All right, SHOT is moving up here, guys. Let's see if we can get some squeezy going on. Hopefully we get this cross of the RSI on the 3-minute, and then we could move up. I'm looking for probably this 9% move. Let's look on the weekly time frame to see if there's any previous resistance. This is what's tricky about this stock, is that really we're into this now zone where it could squeeze to these all-time highs. What we get here. SPY's coming right back down, led by Microsoft and Apple. The two heavyweights are just demolishing the indice today. They are just demolishing. And the SPY's coming up into a support level that I touched base on. So be ready for some long trades. Be ready for some long. Ooh, AMD, I just got filled at 118. It had a big flush there. 118. Whoa. That was insane, that flush. Holy. So it brought my average down now to 118.41 off of that big dip. So I had that level now. Tesla's weakening. Apple, Microsoft's still selling. Come on. All right, I'm going to move an just a slightly in the money stop on this SHOT. We're up nicely. We're already up 3.44% on a day trade. That is stellar. Stellar. Again, this is why it's a small position, because these things have crazy swings. I'm going to move this up to 483. So we're giving a 4 cents in the money stop loss. All right, the SPY is getting a nice little bid here, trying to move up. Apple's still selling. Microsoft's still exceptionally weak. It's looking like could be a downtrending day. IWM is almost stopping us out, and look what's about to turn positive is the dollar. The dollar is looking to turn positive today. AMD's perking back up a little bit. Apple's hitting the EMA 113 on the 10-minute and a upsloping trend line. 86 on SHOT. So take a look at this EMA 113 we're hitting right there on Apple, and then also that trend line. I would love to see it pierce through. If it filled the gap, that would be amazing. SHOT. So far, we're only losing on one trade, which is the AMD trade, but it is perking up. So 486 stop on this SHOT is in place. Heard it here first. Oh, AMD is now basically break even. Okay, since the market is having this bounce, and I just got stopped out of the Russell for a small gain, 177.82 stop on the Russell. AMD is approaching our... Apple's bouncing, NVIDIA's bouncing. Here comes the shot. Let's make it a moonshot. Let's make it a moonshot, guys. Come on. Again, if you want to join my trading service, you can definitely check out my Discord at tradingcapital.ca. We have been printing nothing but winners here. I'll put this in the chat, www.tradingcapital.ca. I run a swing trading and day trading service. You're obviously seeing me live action right now, but that's my website. If you're interested in looking at my membership options, I post daily analysis videos for my members. I post live trading alerts for swing trades and for day trades. So if you're interested in learning a little bit more about trading, we have been nothing but winners today. We only have one AMD trade, which is slightly out of the money, but we closed two winners on Tesla. We closed an Apple winner. We closed an NVIDIA winner. We closed two AMD winners on the short side. We closed a SPY winner twice on the short side. We closed the QQQ trade winner. We're in the money on this shot on the long side. Basically now AMD. So nothing but winners on this live stream. It doesn't always work out this way, but when you get winners all day long, you have to celebrate them and cherish them. And look at this move on AMD. This is beautiful to see. This is absolutely beautiful. Come on, AMD. Push a little bit more. Push a little bit more. We want to see it squeeze. Come on. Come on, AMD. Push a little bit more. You've got a little bit of momentum. SPY still below. All right, I'm exiting AMD here. 118.48. 118.48 for another small gain. 118.48. That's a little bit of a bounce. It's enough of a bounce for me just to exit with profits. Focus on other opportunities. We focus on this shot, which is moonshotting for us. Look at this thing go. Come on. Come on. Get to gap fill. Get to gap fill. Come on. Come on, shot. I'm going to move my stop loss up on shot. Now this low pivot. So we just keep raising our stop. We just keep raising our stop. So we're already protecting by 2.73%, 13 cents. Come on. So I have 5,000 shares long this SHOT. 5,000 shares. We're about to get stopped out there. Come on. Give us one more pop. Give us one more pop. Come on, baby. Do it for us. Do it for us. Come on. Get the new high of day. Get the new high of day. Come on, shot. Get up there. Get up there. I'm looking at some potential Apple puts, Microsoft puts, maybe. We're just waiting patiently. We're just waiting patiently. The Russell's trying to get a little bit of a bid here. NVIDIA, big surge. All right, Moonshot is perking up a little bit. So we're going to raise our stop a little bit more to 494. Keep protecting that trade. And what I'm going to do, we hit gap fill. I'm selling half and then adjusting my stop loss a little bit higher and leaving runners because we could see squeezy action. It's a little bit of a meme play, but we'll see if it starts to play out. All right, so Microsoft. I'm interested in potentially shorting Microsoft again. If it hits 372.30, 372.30, we will short Microsoft. Apple's starting to fall a little bit more now, so this is sorry, I'm just watching so many windows here. I have 8 screens, 2 laptops, and an iPad going. Look at this moonshot. All right, guys, get ready. We're fucking banking. Let's go. Come on, moonshot. I don't know why I'm saying moonshot. It's not moonshot. I'm just hoping for a moonshot. Come on, squeeze it up. Squeeze this shot up. It's up 17% on the day. Can we get a new high of day? SPY's still pushing up. The SPY is still pumping up here. But now Tesla's starting to weaken. All right, I'm taking a short on Tesla. 241.17. I got filled on Tesla. 241.17 short on Tesla. 241.17. A potential head and shoulders pattern is forming. Look at this shot. It's moving up for us. It's a 1/4 position on Tesla. It's just a 1/4. Apple's still under its pre-market low, so is Microsoft, so you have to remain bearish. I'm still holding this wick through that area. All right, I'm selling here. This looks like a lower high in place. I'm just going to exit 499 here because I don't like when my stop doesn't get wicked. It means it's likely going to try to blast through it. So we sold there at 499 for a beautiful, beautiful gain on that day trade. Excellent, excellent job. 3.86. I had 5,000 shares times 19 cents. Booyah, baby. It's a whole 950 in our pocket. Just like that. Thank you very much. Pleasure doing business with you. All right, let's move along. This potential head and shoulders. Tesla's now falling some more. Come on, Tesla. Give it up. All right, I'm shorting the SPY here, 452.55 again. I think the next leg is about to start lower here. Come on. Get a retest of that low of day. All right, SPY's cooperating here a little bit. Tesla, we're slightly in the money. Come on, baby. All right, Bitcoin had a big, big bounce. All right, definitely check out my Discord at tradingcapital.ca where we host a swing trading and day trading service. I post direct live trading alerts to my membership Discord. I post daily analysis videos, insider trading, tracking of big buys and sells, unusual buys and sells. All right, SPY's coming back down. Apple new low of day. This is one of the reasons we started shorting again. Because I'm seeing a tremendous amount of weakness in Apple. A tremendous amount of weakness in Apple. So we may be forming a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders here. So this could be your shoulder here, your left shoulder. Let me just draw this in. This could be your head. And then we would have to come down a little bit and form a right shoulder. But watch this pattern. Watch this pattern. So if we start forming that right shoulder, I'm going to be looking for a cover on this short trade. We haven't formed it yet. We have not formed it yet. We're still under the pre-market low. So is Apple, so is Microsoft, so you have to lean slightly more bearish. And I will be right back. All right, so we are now back. This is our 12th trade of the day. And we're in a Tesla short and an S&P short right now. We have closed 10 winning trades and we're in 2 more. So please, if you're interested in my trading Discord, definitely check it out, tradingcapital.ca. And be sure to keep tuning in for these live streams. It doesn't always go as well as this, but generally speaking, we are in the money more of our trades than not. And that's the name of the game. But I'm happily able to try to help improve your service if you feel the need that you need some help. There's many different ways to make money in this market. And that's all we're trying to do here. I'm always open to learning. And that's kind of what you have to be as a trader. Now, there's still going to be lots of volatility. It's 11 a.m., so the volume is starting to taper off in the market, which does favor potentially a little bit of a float and grind. However, so therefore, what does that mean? Probably more of a headwind for the markets. And then you look at SPY, it's under its pre-market low. You look at Apple, it's under its pre-market low. You look at Microsoft, under its pre-market low. You look at NVDA, under its pre-market low. So that is typically a bearish signal when the majority of mega caps are trading under its pre-market low. Pre-market low on the SPY is all the way up here, 452.90. But that dollar 951, and then leaving an additional room for 2 more entries. So I'm short GDX here at this area. I am seeing that dollar breakout. So we're heavy in GDX short. You can see it's trying to break this trend line, putting in potential lower highs. And I am seeing the dollar also break consolidation, but it's looking very, very weak. It's looking like Amazon may want to head a little bit lower. NVIDIA trying to hold up, but peeling away. Tesla starting to form that right shoulder curling action. If we get that right shoulder breakdown, that's going to be super, super bad. IWM is finding rejection at that pre-market. All right, SPY is getting a little bit of a push here. I will add to the position. Basically, if we get a tap of that pre-market low, sitting around 452.90, okay? SPY is getting a little bit of a push here. So is GDX. Dollar softening just a tad, but trying to break out. SPY's pushing up here some more. SPY is pushing up. QQQ, higher high on SPY. Just be mindful. This could be a little inverse head and shoulders. The right shoulder's not really that big, in my opinion, but we'll take a very steep neckline. So that target would put you right back up to that gap window on the SPY if it were to finish that. Let me just erase this previous one. But it's a big level getting through the pre-market, so this pattern could always fail. Still holding my SPY short, Tesla short, and GDX short. The dollar did just make it a little bit of a brief try to break out of that range, but it kind of almost failed there. I expect a small retrace and then another attempt at breaking higher. Oil looks like it's trying to break higher as well, so watching oil closely. Watching oil closely. It never got that pullback that I wanted, and it is trying to push up here. USO might be a trade on the long side. Break out. All right, we'll go look back at the SPY trade here. GDX were slightly out of the money. Russell's trying to reclaim and close above that pre-market low. Inside pivot zone over there. We'll flip back to the 1 minute chart. Still seeing semis start to sell off a little bit more now. A leader SNPS synopsis is starting to fall some more. So Apple just made a new low of day. NVIDIA is starting to see some selling. GDX is starting to cooperate now and more now. So fails and closes back below the pre-market. It's off to the races on shorts again. But again, with weakness in Apple, we're still holding a Tesla short, a SPY short. Tesla, we're basically slightly in the money. I am still seeing that right shoulder curling action in place forming. So let's see if this right rounded shoulder breaks down and triggers this neckline. That's going to be a stellar position. If this breaks, this neckline, and considering Tesla's been one of the strongest mega caps today, or in fact it is, if Tesla breaks down, that's going to be exceptionally poor for the market. And what's interesting is you have Amazon down 2.75, so they're both in the XLY consumer discretionary. And basically, thanks Liquid Fire for tuning in. Take it easy, man. Cheers. But if Amazon's down 2.75 and Tesla's right now holding up 2.18%, but positive for our shorts. And again, Apple's testing new low of day. I have a long trade level on Apple. It has not hit that level. I will inform you once we get close. But I do have a long trade setup on Apple. It's not at the level yet, but it's getting there. It's absolutely getting there. Microsoft's testing, seeing some more sellers. All right, here comes the next sell side candle in the SPY market here. Russell's getting a close below the pre-market low. So I'm looking at potential shorts on the IWM again. IWM is still the weakest indice. It is currently down 0.76%. Sorry, the QQQ is actually the weakest indice, down 0.91%. But the Russell's potentially losing this area here. This is maybe a failed inverted head and shoulder break. All right, I'm going to short the Russell at 178. Come on, get to 178 and we short. There it is, 178. I short the Russell. 178 short. It's a 1/4 position on the Russell. A 1/4. Why am I doing this? You got to close below the pre-market, and you also had that breakout of this inverted head and shoulders, and you got to close back below. A retest of the high breakout failed, made a lower high, and now you're right back below. So Apple's still selling. Being relentless selling at this point in time. Microsoft's going for the new low of day. Apple's at the low of day. NVIDIA's still holding up, but below 500. Let's see these shorts play out. Come on, baby. Pay us, pay us, pay us. Fucking pay us, man. We are in the money nicely. This is our 13th trade. Come on, baby. SPY, we're flat. SPY, we're flat right now. Tesla, we're basically flat. That's trying to perk up a little bit. The dollar still tried breaking out of its range, but did not do so successfully. Still that potential inverted head and shoulders forming on the SPY. But Apple and Microsoft are still exceptionally weak, and they're almost at target for a long setup. They're not quite there yet. Failed breakout on the IWM, so it appears. All right, SPY's trying to push up a little bit more now. We're seeing a bounce come in Microsoft, NVIDIA, and Tesla. GDX, we're still short in a pretty heavy position on the GDX. Basically just in the money by 1 cent. So I'm watching that closely as well. NVIDIA, big bounce. AMD, big bounce. Higher low in the semiconductors. That might be bullish for the market in the near term. All right, the Dixie's starting to fall a little bit more now. The DXY is starting to fall. Still some of the leading semiconductors like SMPS, AVGO are weak today, so mega caps, Google's positive, Tesla's positive, UNH is positive, J&J is positive, Berkshire Hathaway is positive, Walmart's negative, Procter & Gamble's negative, JP Morgan's slightly positive, XOM is flat, Apple's down 0.7, Microsoft's down 1.5, Amazon's down 2.6, Nvidia's down 1.2. Let's take a look at the sectors. So sectors right now, Dow Jones is negative, SPY's negative, Q's negative, lumber's down, copper's down. And then in terms of the other sectors of the S&P, you have materials up slightly, 0.67%. Communications are down 0.5%. Energy is down. XLE 0.31% down. XLF is slightly positive, up 0.09%. You have industrials negative by 17 cents, 0.16% down. Technology is the big heavyweight drag on the indice, down 1.09%. Staples are positive by 9 cents, up 0.13%, likely to go negative if Walmart and Procter & Gamble stay weak. You have XLRE, which is real estate, also down 0.41%. I guess I can show you on my other screen here. Sectors. So I'm just going through the sectors here. So utilities are negative by 0.19%. Healthcare is positive, 0.57%. And then XLY, consumer discretionary. And watch this XLY because it's super, super key. It's being dragged down by Amazon, but then there's a heavy weighting of Tesla in there. GDX were slightly out of the money. I will add to the GDX position if we push up to, let me just isolate the level here for us. If GDX pushes up to, there's a couple different add levels. Ooh, big dump on the spot. Let's see where Apple's coming. Apple, I want to hit that gap fill. I want to hit that gap fill on Apple here. You can see it's piercing. It's piercing. From this gap up, I'm just going to throw up a fib retrace just to see here. And again, I did cover that SPY short. Now, there is a potential that Apple could actually flush all the way down to 189.14. I'm not expecting it, but there is a potential. All right, get ready to go long Apple. All right, the Russell's printing. I'm going to move an in-the-money stop on the Russell 2000. So my stop loss is now 177.90. We're 10 cents in the money, protecting that trade. Apple never hit my target. I still think there's a little bit more downside. So I'm just going to be patient. I'm just going to be super, super patient. Get ready on Apple. So we've closed nothing but winners today. Right now we're flat on GDX. We're in the money stop on our IWM. And that's really the trades for today. But every single trade, I think we're up to, I'll have to count it up once we hit this level in Apple. We're super, super close. But I think we're about 4. And my Discord is up at the top here, tradingcapital.ca. Please take a look. Subscribe. All right, eBay actually has room to run. Apple still hasn't hit my target. Sorry about the blender going in the back. Just getting some coffees. So Amazon's so weak because Jeff Bezos is continuing to sell shares. All right, I'm looking at a potential NVIDIA short here. NVDA. Super, super risky, but Apple never quite hit my target, missed it by a few pennies.
I feel like they'd have to be if they're getting wins that he's going to be continually selling. Like, I don't think.
All right, I'm going long eBay here. Long eBay, 39.90, 39.90. Long eBay, 39.90. It's a 1/4 position. It's a 1/4 position. Long eBay. And then if it goes to, let me just see here. I'll add to the position at 39.50 if it goes lower. NVDA is breaking out. Tesla, I'm still holding on the short side. GDX, I'm still holding. All right, so NVIDIA is popping. NVIDIA is popping. We're long eBay, we're short Tesla, we're short GDX. So we're in 3 trades at the moment. 3 trades. Apple never quite hit my long level, but that would have been a decent bounce. IWM, I'm still short the Russell, and it's starting to come down some more. So the Russell's potentially breaking lower, so is the S&P. Still seeing some weakness in the markets creeping in, big time here. Still holding eBay, 1/4 position, breakout. So this is the big range that we need to break out of on the dollar. These 2 pivot zones here, we're testing a break of these 2 major zones. Look at this dollar. It's breaking out of this zone. This is great to see. This is great to see. The dollar is breaking out. Now, I think the dollar can go all the way up to this 103.61 today. Why is that? Well, take a look at the daily chart level of the DXY. You're putting in a nice little reversal candle, and this 103.61 level, if we turn on the daily 200 simple moving average, that's exactly where it is. Okay? So that's the daily 200. So watch that dollar move. I think it's going to weigh in on these markets. Now that we're getting a close at the high of day, this is a beautiful bullish sign for the dollar. You can go long the UUP. The UUP, the dollar's still negative. So I'm going to go long the UUP at 29.19. This is a slow mover. Long the UUP, just as another counter trade to the market. So we'll watch that closely. Let's look at our GDX. That one's still coming in nicely. And this was a heavier entry right off the hop. So that's nice that that's cooperating. IWM, we're still short the IWM. We're still short GDX. We're still short Tesla. And we're long eBay. Long eBay. But our eBay is only a 1/4 position.
This is what we call chat. Another beautiful short there at 11.10.
Amazon's getting a bounce.
Everyone must know about the hanging man. Dude, the hanging man's fucking awesome.
The previous level, GDX is falling pretty precipitously now. This is great to see. So the long entry on Apple was down at that 189.70 gap fill, this green line. Okay, but now I want it a little bit lower. I want to see us make a lower price action low and a little bit of a higher high on the RSI. That's what'll get me long on Apple. Okay, so we watch that closely because it's starting to potentially come to fruition. My long trade if I get triggered on eBay, or sorry, on Apple. Oh, there's my cat. She's playing with a rock in the house. So it has been an absolute stellar day. Any view on coin? Sorry, Rohit, I just saw your message now. Any view on coin? Will it cross 110 plus level? No, I don't think so. Not yet. I think it actually has. We just actually banked on our coin. We had coin puts, 102 puts, which we banked earlier this trading session. Lower. Coin could obviously diverge from Bitcoin if the market is strong and move up, but I see Bitcoin actually probably making a move down. Let me just pull up my daily chart. I'm just looking at my other screen here. I want to give you proper levels. So yeah, I see Bitcoin putting in a distribution pattern at these highs here. I see a couple levels that I think Bitcoin's going to hit. Your first one, I think Bitcoin's going to get to 33,638. Then I think it'll stop at just above 32,000. And then ultimately, I think the big retest is around 31,000 on Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin is to fall to those levels, then obviously it's going to hurt Coinbase. If you look at this move on Coinbase, it's just been a straight rocket ship up, just like the markets. So I still think that you got to fill some of these bear gaps to the downside before you can move higher. Now, obviously, I think Bitcoin will go higher long term, eventually hitting that 100K, but it's just a matter of what type of trade are you looking at, a swing trade, day trade, or you're a long-term investor, because it's I think it's just extended in nature right now and likely to see some profit taking and pullback, especially since Bitcoin is likely to continue to break down in the near term, at least in my opinion. I think the dollar is going to get a bounce. I think maybe the Fed minutes that come out at 2 are going to be a little hawkish, so we'll wait and see. All right, so we are still long eBay, slightly out of the money. IWM short is nicely. We're in the money about 46 cents. So sorry, Rohit. Hopefully I answered your question about coin. There's always a chance it can get to 110. It's not that far. But look at this little reversal candle that's forming on the daily chart of the DXY. And again, the markets have sold off when the dollar was red all day. Now the dollar is starting to do a range break, and it's extremely oversold and breaking out of a bearish range. This was your bearish range. You just got a 10-minute close above. Now you're looking to if we look at the Bitcoin chart, Rohit, because you're tied to Coinbase, Bitcoin basically want to be a little cautious. Now, could it go higher? Anything can go. Resistance trend line you're into, there's two key levels. So this upsloping connecting your COVID low to your major pivot rejection breakdown when the FTX collapse happened. Then you tagged it over here, and you're right into that level right now on the weekly chart. Okay, you're right into this level right now on the weekly chart. You got your peekaboo above, and you haven't confirmed for now 1-2 weeks. It looks like bullish consolidation, but look at this weekly chart. Look at your RSI. You're super overbought. Even when you got overbought in this zone, Bitcoin ended up falling, for a multi-week period. Bitcoin fell basically, let's measure it out here. Bitcoin fell 19%. So let's extrapolate that similar move, and we're actually more overbought now. If Bitcoin was to fall 19%, look where you go. Or that same measured move, around $6,115 off the price, equals 16% drop. It puts you at my low target of 31,000. So again, there's always a chance Bitcoin can go back up to this trend line, this upsloping trend line, which would be around 44, 45,000. A2 fib retrace in a very extended fashion short term. RSI divergence starting long and short side. So GDX obviously is coming in. Fed minutes are at 2 p.m., so expect a little bit of volatility. I don't expect much, but certainly some. I'm looking at NVDA short here, 419.17, 419.17. I just shorted NVIDIA. eBay, because I kind of forgot about that long. That one's breaking down. It's looking a little horrific, actually, eBay. But I will add, it's only a one entry position so far, so I apologize. It's not the best entry. Got a little bit sucked in by the news that it just 497.17. We're short NVIDIA. So we were short NVIDIA from yesterday at that 500 level, and it fell, covered it this morning, had a nice big bounce, about 50%, and now we're short again. I expect NVIDIA to test low of day. All right, Tesla's starting to push up some more. Big stump coming here in NVIDIA. Still holding GDX short, still holding eBay long. eBay has not hit my 39.50 long entry. Still looking at Apple on the long side, so be ready for that Apple trade because I'm still interested. It has not fulfilled my downside move. Oh, look at this. Oh my God, GDX. GDX. Fucking rights, man. Yes. 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 Come on, GDX, fall. GDX is still up 2.98%. It's got tons and tons of room to fall if this dollar is putting in a big time reversal. Look at this dump on NVIDIA. Was that not a great entry or what? Fuck yeah, man. Now, the only thing that's going against us is the only trade we're losing on now, and we still have 3 pending. One deeply in the money, which is GDX. Another IWM, which is in the money with a break-even stop, which is nicely in the money. So let's watch this closely. Dollar's starting to pull back just at gap fill, so get ready for a potential long trade. I think we will get one more little flush and then the long trigger. This is an absolute stellar trading session. An absolute stellar trading session today. The amount of profit we've made today is just impeccable. Truly is. All right, SPY is pushing up just a tiny bit here. SPY is pushing up. We're about 20 cents out of the money on eBay. All right, GDX is still selling. The dollar's putting in another move to the high side. All right, I'm adding to Tesla short up here, 242.04, 242.04. That's a second entry on the Tesla short side, 264. It might be a bad idea to be shorting the strongest mega cap today, but we'll give it a shot. Just with the divergence in Amazon and XLY, there's still a potential that we could play this out. So my average is 241.64. And my recent short entry was 242.04. So position update, short NVIDIA in the money. I'm going to put a break-even stop loss at 497.17. Short Tesla, slightly out of the money here. We are long eBay, and we are short the Russell, which are in the money, and we're also short GDX, which are in the money. So break-even stop on the Russell at 178. Break-even stop on GDX at 29.51. Letting Tesla have a little bit of room to run. We have a half a position in Tesla. I would consider reshorting Tesla at the double top. That's the next entry. So this is what we have to be mindful of and cognizant, is that you do have this inverted head and shoulders forming on the SPY, and that would be a pretty big bounce to the high side if it's set to occur. I mean, it almost takes you to gap fill. So I'm going to watch and monitor that closely. We're still under pre-market low. Tesla's starting to move up a little bit here. So the market volatility is sort of dying down. The volume is subsiding, which does favor a little bit of a continuation move higher. So we'll just watch things closely. All right, NVIDIA is starting to come down a little bit more. Microsoft is seeing a potential 1-minute bear flag break. Maybe wants to test low of day. We'll see. We have lower highs but higher lows, so you're creating a little bit of a wedge pattern on it. But this is the little wedge pattern. So you do have higher lows on the chart, but you have lower highs. So which way is this wedge going to break? It is technically a bearish wedge, but it could be in, I repeat, a break-even stop loss on NVIDIA, just in case there's any sort of announcements or crazy price action. Still holding GDX short, in the money by 11 cents. Still holding the IWM short with a break even. Russell that came in, volume coming in on the Russell. That's not good to see. Just like we had the heavy volume surge here, that was at the end of the day, led to a gap down. We could see more downside. Whenever the volume, heavy volume comes in, you have to analyze which direction is the price action. Right now, the Russell's in a downtrend today, so therefore the volume favors the bears. If it was in an uptrend, the volume would favor the bulls. It's breaking higher here on the trade. It could be. We still have a lot of hope. The fact that NVIDIA is weak and the SPY and Microsoft are weak as well, but Tesla's starting to move up a little bit. So I'm only going to add to Tesla at that double top. That is the next add level. And we only have a half a position, so we still have maneuverability to work our average. But that's the level on Tesla. Let's do a quick check on 1-minute bear flag. So I just caution you, pattern is to trigger it. Ooh, new low coming for NVIDIA. Well, flag that I'm looking, this is all inside this bearish pattern over here. And notice how we're getting rejected. This green bar, this impulse green bar breakout is a huge level for the SPY. That's where a lot of people bought off of that big surge. Boom. That was the what auction? That was the 20-year auction. That a banger. Yes. Let's go, man. Come on. We're printing on that. That's beautiful to see, man. That is beautiful to see. We're in the money over $2 on that trade. I fucking love that, man. I fucking love that. That's beautiful. Now, it is prudent to secure profits, but I'm going to let this ride. I think we get a double bottom. Apple still hasn't hit my target, putting in a bear flag. Microsoft's still weak, trickling lower. We're almost flat on Tesla. We're in the money on our GDX. IWM, we're in the money. eBay's trying to curl up. That one's against us a little bit. But you know what? I don't even care at this point. We have just banked today. Fucking banked. Please definitely check out my Discord. I run a swing trade and day trading Discord. I'm doing these free videos just to give you a glimpse into my day trading style. Swing trades are completely different. I'm not calling out swing trades on this live stream. That is for my memberships and my subscription-based service only. But wow, this has been a stellar day. It truly has. I mean, what a day. What a freaking day. Okay, though, we're still holding short GDX. That's just basically back to our target. I'm not going to stop out of this trade. I want to see it. I'm going to move my stop. I'm going to erase my stop here, and I want to see consolidating to above the EMA 113. It's starting to curl. About 15 uptick. Amazon's trying to uptick. Oil's trying to get a move. Bounce there. I'm seeing the Russell break down. The IWM is still coming down here. So the IWM is still weak, but Apple, Microsoft are bouncing, so it's going to give these indices a little bit of a momentum boost. So notice the potential trend change here in NVIDIA, bouncing off the EMA 113 several times. Then we all right, IWM still looking super weak. So small caps right now are down 1% on the day. SPY's down 0.4. QQQ is starting to get some curling action. We're sitting in a 1/4 entry, slightly out of the money. We're about 12 cents out of the money, but this one can move pretty quickly, very rapidly. So we're long at 39.90, and we're getting a little bit of curling action there. Small caps too. All the indices are below their pre-market low. Apple's below its pre-market low. QQQ. All right, we're in the money on our Tesla trade now. So we are seeing Tesla starting to fall as well. This is good to see. eBay's starting to curl up. GDX is coming back down now. All right, NVIDIA is starting to come down. So we're in the money on our Tesla short, in the money on our NVIDIA short, in the money on our GDX short, in the money on our IW. If we look at eBay, so what is winning every single trade except for our long trade. So that's just a prime example that sometimes, even though you could hit a good technical level and catch a little bit of a momentum breakout on a stock, if the market is weak and you're long, a rising tide lifts all boats, and a sinking ship takes all boats down. So trying to get that rounding. So we're technically testing the neckline. A true technical neckline break is approaching, but we're approaching the 1 minute EMA. So you can see where this is your big neckline. Some people use the right shoulder high pivot, which is over here, as the neckline. And let me just actually erase some of these lines just so it's more clear. So some people in technical analysis, the traditional way is to use the high pivot of the right shoulder, which would buy. It's testing that neckline break. Hasn't got a close above it yet. Apple, Microsoft getting a pretty decent sized boost. Bitcoin, Amazon, Tesla all moving off the lows. We're in the money now on eBay. Come on, eBay. Let's see what we got. SPY is testing that neckline. This is a big level. Still watching like 8 other screens here. So SPY is trying to break out. We're getting a 1 minute close above that neckline here. All right, SPY is looking to break here. This is looking potentially bullish. Let's wait for this 3 minute close. We'll know in 20 seconds. We did get a 1 minute close. So it's actually bullish. We're still under the pre-market. The 452.90 on the SPY is huge. Huge. All right, we're in the money on our eBay. Still break-even stop loss on NVDA. No stop. IWM break-even stop loss. Come on, eBay, squeeze. But the SPY is squeezing here. This pre-market 452.90 area is going to be huge resistance. How we play this, don't chase this breakout. I'm going to wait for a retest lower if we get one. A retest lower. And again, this is my Discord. Definitely check out my website. View my membership. I run a swing trading and day trading service. This is just a live free day trading stream where we've posted, I believe this is the 18th trade that we've done. And we've closed all winners today. That's not generally how it goes. I'm just being honest with you, but we have closed so many bangers today. So many freaking bangers today. 18 DX short, and we're in an eBay. eBay's starting to squeeze. We're in the money nicely. So the SPY did get a bullish close above the neckline. So I'm actually, again, tighten up those stops if you're short, because this could get squeezy. Negative gamma environment. We could start to see things move up here. All right, come on, eBay. Let's get ready to rumble. Bitcoin's starting to move up. Tesla's going for that high of day. NVIDIA is still running into some sellers here. So I have my stop on the Russell at 177.90, 10 cents in the money. 10 cents in the money. No stop on Tesla yet because I have maneuverability to add to the position. And we have a break-even stop on NVIDIA. And NVIDIA keeps selling here. NVIDIA is selling. SPY here, 452.90, short SPY. That's a good level. I'm not shorting SPY, but it's a good short level for a quick scalp pullback. You have that pre-market low. You've been rejected at that numerous times here. That's the level. But I'm waiting for a pullback on this pattern to potentially go long the SPY. So the SPY is finding some sort of rejection there. eBay's squeezing in the money 16 cents. I'm going to move my eBay stop up to 39.96, protecting it by 6 cents. 39.96. Stop on eBay. Look at that pre-market high, low rejection so far. If we get a retrace down to this 452.70 area, a potential long trade on the SPY. Dollar's still holding at the high breakout range. All right, I'm exiting eBay here, $40.07. $40.07. That's a 17-cent gain. It's a 17-cent gain on eBay. 17-cent gain. That is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Pleasure doing business with you. That's amazing. So we're exited eBay at $40.07. That is stellar. Bang, bang. Back to the SPY ETF to see what's going on here. Potential 1-minute inverted head and shoulders on NVIDIA. It has not triggered yet. NVIDIA is still one of the weaker names. 190 puts. 190 puts right here. 190 puts, 0 DTE. 190 puts, 0 DTE on Apple. So we needed to hit this 190 level to be in the money. Come on. And then I'll add to the position. I'll add to the position up here at 190.43. But 0 DT. Wow, look at that breakout. Holy moly. I exited a couple minutes too soon. Damn, I'm sorry, guys. That would have been a fucking banger. Holy. Wow. 3 minutes too soon, eh? Jesus, Murphy. Anyways, a win's a win. You can't look at those losses. We're back in the saddle of things and money. I'm actually going to lower my Russell stop loss down to 177.77. Let's see if we can get these 0 DTEs in the money. Potential H pattern falling. That should send us to low of day. Come on, baby. I'm going. If you retrace, just let this thing load. Trading view is sometimes a little bit slow, but if we retrace back to the neckline, which is right around where we are now, you could potentially go long. Now, it's tricky, this inverse, because there's two necklines. There's your first one, your bigger one, and then there's your little micro one that you broke out here. So I would personally be more conservative and wait to about a 452 in NVDA. I'm still holding Apple 0 DTE puts, a little bit super risky since Apple has fallen. I'm going to add to the position if we get to this high pivot here. Okay. Short trades on the Russell and Tesla and NVIDIA. Hopefully this dollar can break this bullish flag range. Let's see this bull flag pattern. If we just do a fib retrace from your high to your low consolidation, 103.57. I have the daily 200 moving average. SPY is still being constructive. And remember when I said you can take SPY short right off of that 452.90 level, that pre-market low? Well, look, you got a hard rejection. You got basically a 91 cent drop down to 75 cents. That's enough for a day trade scalp. But you got to be quick. You got to be super quick. All right, Apple's curling, Microsoft's curling. Everything's curling right as the dollar is set to break out and put in a new high of day. So one way or another, something's lying to us. Are the markets going to trend up and get above this pre-market high? Still holding GDX and IWM short, and NVIDIA and Tesla, and now Apple. So we have a whole host of positions. We have in the money Russell, GDX were in the money. All right, the SPY is now coming down. Definitely check out my Trading Capital Discord, where I post a service for my members, daily recap videos, what to expect for important economic dates. I love to analyze the macro side, the bonds, the yields curve, both on the short and the long term. And we're coming up to a massive inflection point here, I believe, after NVIDIA. Depending on what NVIDIA could either prop up the market for another few days if it reports good earnings, or it could thrash the market lower if it comes in negative. But either way, regardless of NVIDIA earnings, in the next 2 to 8 weeks, there's going to be huge swings in the market. Huge swings. So it's either going to be a make or break for your portfolio heading in. We're coming up to a critical inflection point with the Fed minutes coming out at 2 p.m. today. There's going to be a little bit of volatility across the yield market and the dollar market. But ultimately, there's a lot of market participants thinking the Fed is done with raising rates, which could be true, but we just have to wait for a little bit more clarity. All right, so GDX is faltering now, coming down. The Russell's faltering. SPY is getting rejected at that pre-market high yet again. So we're banking on all of our trades right now, except for Tesla. NVIDIA is trying to push higher here. NVIDIA is trying to push higher. NVIDIA almost stopped us out there, but did not. Shoulders, potential break, your left shoulder, your head, your right shoulder. If you draw your neckline, oh, look at that rejection. Holy moly. Peekaboo above, failure. Bang, bang. Well, technically it fails in 4 seconds. You have to close back above the neckline, which the pattern failed. So therefore this turns now bearish. We are falling. Falling for you. Donna shining. Holy moly, what a day. What a freaking day, people. I mean, if you haven't been banking today, you likely need probably some help. And honestly, there's going to be days where we all lose. I've closed every single winning trade so far. The only one we're losing on right now is Tesla, which we're slightly out of the money by about 40 cents. But I do expect Tesla to cooperate and come a little bit lower. I think it's going to be the last straggler of the mega caps to start rolling over. You're still potentially putting in a lower high on Tesla, which makes me a little bit skeptical of its price action. Microsoft is selling, coming down, losing the 1 minute simple moving averages. Dollar new high, 103.49. It just tagged, and the dollar is now positive on the session. What's interesting here is we have the dollar now positive. Gold is positive by 1%. The GDX is up by 3%. And then you look at the VIX is negative. So you have all of the indices negative. The Russell, that really doesn't make too much sense to me. And look at that. Holy fuck. Holy. That could, oh my God. That's a gap fill that I cannot believe. Holy shit. I knew something strange was going on with the VIX. So 1431 was your high of day wick. And that might be a phantom ghost print, probably telling us that it could go up to something crazy. That truly is crazy. All right, eBay's coming back to our entry. I might be interested in another long trade on eBay, but it needs to go a little bit lower. Still holding on for those 190 puts, 0 DTEs on Apple. Still holding a Tesla short, NVIDIA short, IWM short, GDX short. And we are in the money on all trades except for the Tesla. All right, NVIDIA's trying to break lower here. Trying to break lower. And Apple never big bounce off of those lows. It would have been a nice bounce to trade, but you know, you got to be diligent with your technical levels. Are there any, I know there's a few viewers on the stream. Is there any questions, charts that anyone's looking at that I can take a quick gander at, since we're just watching our shorts bleed lower and we're protecting our trades? So I'm open to some questions here. If anybody wants me to look at any various tickers, you may be holding a day trade, you may be holding a swing trade, I'm happy to take a peek and give you my technical perspective on that individual stock or an indice. You know, I've already looked at a few names today. I'm currently in a few names, and we're just watching this market progress. So the SPY is slowly getting rejected at that pre-market low, trying to consolidate. This could be a bearish rising wedge that we have to be mindful of. Take a look at that. Look what we just broke. Simple trend line. Potential, here's your high, here's your higher high, lower high. Here's your daily high today. Potentially breaking. Dollars making new highs. Watch this DXY, because short Tesla short long trade on the energy market here. So XOM, a little risky when the all right, so NVIDIA is trying to bounce off the lows. Apple's also trying to bounce. On that trade. This is beautiful to see. This is beautiful to see. Let's just be patient here. GDX, we're in the money by about 11 cents on the trade. Sorry, 12 cents on the trade. IWM, we are in the money by 54 cents. Apple is propping the market up. And Apple is potentially forming also, let's see which neckline. I'd have to do it from this trend line here. Could be an inverted head and shoulders on Apple. So if this 1 minute inverted head and shoulders breaks, I'm going to cut these puts for a loss. But we're still technically under pre-market low on the SPY. All right, so my Discord is www.tradingcapital.ca. Again, I run a swing trading and day trading service. I post daily analysis videos pretty much every day. I post big insider and insider buying and selling, all the peculiar larger amounts that need to be kept abreast. Jeff Bezos is selling Amazon today, so that one's been getting hammered early on. It was one of the worst performing mega caps. And that's because Jeff Bezos has been selling pretty much all morning and has been given the green light to continue selling. So Amazon, if it pops into a certain level, I would continue to look for a short, but it's not quite there yet. All right, NVIDIA is seeing some more downside coming in for yet again another sell side pressure. All right, so the S&P is starting to close above the pre-market low. And you are triggering that inverted head and shoulders continuation move. You never got the pullback that I wanted, but we'll see. Pre-market high, we got a 1 minute close, but NVIDIA, Apple's still seeing some downside candles. So I wonder where the buying is coming from. Dollars pausing its move. NVIDIA is breaking lower here. All right, I'm going to move my stop loss. The Russell isn't participating, and you're still seeing weakness in some of the QQQ names like NVIDIA. And if NVIDIA loses this low pivot here, really there's not much support. You probably go down to the low of the day. So again, 496.20 stop on NVIDIA. App. But I'm looking at this buying, and it's not coming from Apple. It's not coming from NVIDIA. It's not coming from Tesla at the moment. So I'm just a little bit intrigued as to where the frick the buying is coming from. All right, SPY is pushing up a little bit more now. Now NVIDIA is starting to perk up. So is Apple. Apple still hasn't triggered its inverse head and shoulders long yet. Dollar's moving higher. Watching the yields too. The 10-year yield has been climbing from the lows pretty much all morning. Had a low of 4.39. Now it's up to 4.41. Watch them to see if they go positive on the yields. I am watching that closely. All right, Tesla, we're basically break even. We're slightly in the money on we're up a little bit on our Apple puts. Basically flat now. AMD and semis are seeing more sell side pressure. Let's see what else is performing today. So NVIDIA's down 1.7 heading into earnings. Tesla's up 2.65. Palantir's down 5.7. Amazon's down 2.18, but bouncing significantly off of the lows. Microsoft is down on the session 1.31, but bouncing off of the lows, trying to test the high of its bearish range. Tesla's starting to curl over a little bit here. SPY is above the pre-market low, which technically favors a little bit of a bullish continuation. My service there, Roz Stevens, my website is here. I'll post it here. My Discord is at tradingcapital.ca. I have a membership for swing trading and day trading. And basically, I post live trading alerts in my Discord, daily analysis video. I track insider buying and selling. You get entries, exits, profit targets, stop loss, the whole. And right now, today, I've done about, I think I'm on my 20th day trade. And I've closed about, well, how many do I have open? I got a Tesla right now, an NVIDIA, an Apple, a Russell, and a GDX. So I have 5 open trades. I've closed 15 winners today. And I have an NVIDIA one that's in the money. So that's our 16th one. I have a Russell. That's our 17th one. I have a GDX. That's our 18th winner. The only one that's slightly out of the money right now are Apple puts, our 190 puts, and our Tesla in this live stream, which again, that doesn't always happen. But wow, when it does, you got to just be super grateful, thankful, respectful, stay humble with the market, and just know that things can change. We just have to be smart about our technical levels, follow the trend. Right now, the trend is still down, but the markets, the S&P especially, is getting a big, big boost. So you're seeing a very large divergence from the Qs and the S&P. So the Qs are down 0.75%, 0.73, and the Russell is down 1, but the S&P is only down 0.28%. Historically, from my perspective, whenever tech starts to diverge from the S&P, it signifies a near-term top in the market. And it often means that the S&P will get dragged down with the Qs because the technology is such a heavy, heavy weighting. All right, so we're now flat on our Tesla. We're in the money on our Apple, still holding GDX short, still holding IWM short, still holding NVDA short, Tesla short, Apple. These dollars, Tesla's getting a little bit of a bounce here. You can see the SPY had a pretty big sell side candle. That was probably just Apple alone because Microsoft is testing the range break of its bearish consolidation. Technically, it is at a short spot right now on Microsoft. You need confirmation. You really need to see confirmation. I'm seeing the dollar at a new high, 103.50, 103.50 on the dollar. So Microsoft's lifting this market right now. There is a short level on Microsoft where I will take a trade if it gets too extended. I need to see it come into this pivot zone. That's your first major pivot. All right, Apple's faltering now. But again, look, this might be a failed break. Money. I'm going to call this out in the money when we get there. Come on, baby. Give it to us. Give it to us. Give it to us. Give it to us. Come on, Apple. Come on, Apple. 10 cents away from being in the money. Come on, baby. All right, so time right now, time check, 12:19. So it's that afternoon lighter volume. People are on lunch break, so FAP is holding above its pre-market low for now. So 452.90. As long as the S&P holds above that right now, favor a continuation move to the upside. If we start losing this 452.90, this yellow dotted line, we're going to retrace back to the neckline, and that would be a potential entry opportunity on the long side. So right now, a lot of people are chasing this inverted head and shoulders, which broke out. Target of this move is 453.80, give or take a few pennies. But often you get a retrace. We have not got a retrace to the neckline. So that's what I'm waiting for personally to, I think we still get a little bit more of a downside move and then a little bit of a move higher. So I'm waiting for a retrace. If we get that retrace, I'm going to look to cover some of my shorts. That retrace would probably put our Apple puts in the money. It would probably put our Tesla short in the money. Our NVIDIA is already in the money. Our GDX is already in the money. Our IWM is already in the money. But I'm going to maybe look to pull some of our shorts off and accumulate some longs, okay? So that's the play-by-play right now that I've given you on these specific trades. SPY is still holding above. We're above the EMA 113. As the QQ has only 100. So look at this Russell, pretty much going to attack the low of day. S&P's closing below, looks to be closing below pre-market low. So all of our positions are pretty much in the money right now. And I'll show you that Microsoft rejection as well, why I said it was a short, because it was trying to break that bear range. Dollar still climbing and pushing higher. So I am going to move my stop down on the Russell down to 177.70. 177.70 stop on the Russell, which is right around there. So basically, I'm just trailing this 113 down. And so it's an in the money stop. That trade is out at 496, 496.20. So that's a beautiful little trade there on NVIDIA. Probably goes lower, but it did stop me out. So I'll be diligent about that. So 496.20 stop on NVIDIA was just tagged. So that trade is now closed. Another winning trade. So let's just monitor the S&P, Apple, Tesla, and then our IWM and GDX. So we have 4 positions left on the board. 4 positions left on the board. Potential long setup in the oil market. I'm looking at oil closely here. Apple, we're slightly in the money, but I want to see that flush to 190. Come on, Apple. Get there, get there, get there. Whoa. It can't be. Low, and it's trying to push higher here. Patiently on Apple. We're waiting patiently on Apple. Apple still is carving out a big right shoulder here. Potential for a decent sized move to the high side. So I'm going to keep a close, I'm not going to add to the position here. I'm just going to either stop out for a loss, small loss. I mean, if it gets a 1 minute close above this EMA 113, which is sitting at 190.23, that will be my stop loss trigger. But if it keeps getting rejected here at the neckline, I'm going to hold on to these puts. And again, it's only a 1/4 position on Apple, so it's not that big even if we do stop out for a loss, but we'll see. We'll let the trade play. We'll let the trade play. I'm seeing the Russell 2000 still selling. All right, Apple is piercing that level and pushing. Apple is pushing. It's looking like it's going to stop us out here. We need to see if it closes above that 113 on the 1 minute chart. It is slowly starting to peak up there. It's a big, big boost on volume. So that's a good breakout for Apple. Is this a fake out breakout? There's been a lot of fake outs today, but we'll see if that continuation move happens. All right, I just closed those puts for a small loss there. I just closed those puts on Apple for a small loss. Damn, so it's not a perfect day. One loss registered on the board on Apple on those puts. One loss registered on those Apple puts. Being diligent. So now I'm actually looking at potentially trading Apple on the long side. I want to see a retrace to 190.20, and then we're going to go potentially long on Apple. Just give it a minute here. Dollar's still pushing up here. This could be a failed move, though. That's going to really... If I just got wicked out by a 1 minute close, I'm going to be cheesed. I'm going to be upset. But you know what? That's just how sometimes you have to follow your rules. Follow the diligency of trading. All right, I'm buying Apple long here, 190.23. Apple long, 190.23. And then my stop loss is going to be basically a hard stop below 190.18. So we're getting a nice bounce here. And I'm going to close my IWM shorts here. I'm closing it at 177.35. I just closed my Russell shorts, 177.35. I'm still shorting Tesla because I'm seeing it not really cooperating with this move. And I'm going to buy eBay. eBay long at 40 bucks. eBay long at $40. You can go. I just picked up eBay at 40 bucks. Apple upside target. Well, you have pre-market resistance at 190.58. I think that's your decent sized target. All right, Apple, come on, Apple, push, push, push. So eBay got long at 40 bucks. Stop loss on eBay is going to be a hard stop. Still holding Tesla short, which we're in the money. Tesla is in the money. If this becomes a failed pattern on Apple, I'm taking puts again, okay? And it could, because Apple never actually fulfilled my downside target, believe it or not. I'm still holding Apple. I need that 1 minute close. All right, I just got stopped out there. Just got stopped out for break even on Apple. If this becomes a failed move, we're shorting, we're going to take puts again. We did get a close below that, so that is technically a failed move on this inverted head and shoulders. That is a failed move. All right, I'm going to take Apple puts. This is tricky. Unless I should just stay hands off. See, I'm undecided. We did, technically speaking, the rules state that if you get a close back below the neckline, it negates the pattern. But SPY is pushing up here. I'm just going to stay hands off with this trade. I'm undecided right now. on Apple. And we kind of just took a small loss, or basically an in the money 2-cent gain on that little bit of a trade there. So I'm just going to stay hands off. The rules do state you get a close below, you see more downside. It's a failure of this head and shoulders, or inverted head and shoulders. But the SPY is remaining strong right now, which is what's interesting. And then I think we could get a push into the 2 p.m. Fed minutes and then maybe more selling later on. I think that's a trade. Shoulders potential. You're getting rejected at the 113 EMA. eBay, we're still long at 40 bucks. Hard stop at 39.93. GDX, I'm still short, covered my IWM. All right, Tesla's starting to falter here. Apple's still trying to move up. Bitcoin seeing some sellers, so is Microsoft. Both Apple and Microsoft still under pre-market lows, but then you have the SPY above pre-market low. QQQ above pre-market low, still down heavy. The dollar's giving it up a little bit. All right, I'm probably interested in maybe going long Apple here since I'm seeing a little bit of dollar weakness. I'm going to put a break-even stop loss here. I'm long Apple, 190.26. It's a 1/4 position. 190.26. I am seeing the dollar taking a little bit of a breather. SPY is continuing to grind. So 190.26. Long Apple. Just a small position size. Let's see if we get some continuation. All right. I'm going to move my stop loss on Apple. SPY's moving up. Dollar's pushing down. All right, I'm going to put a break-even stop on Apple, 190.26. Break-even stop on Apple. So I'm moving my stop loss up to 190.26. I'm seeing this market bounce, but I don't know how long it's going to last. Semis are still weak, although NVIDIA has bounced off of the lows quite nicely. NVIDIA might be another short. All right, I'm moving my stop loss up by 1 penny or 2 pennies, 190.28 on Apple, 190.28 on Apple. And I'm going to take 496 puts on NVIDIA, 0 DTE, 496 puts on NVIDIA, 0 DTE. I got filled at 497.17. And we're at looking for 496 puts on NVIDIA. Hard stop? Yes, NVIDIA. Come on, NVIDIA. Come on, NVIDIA. 87 cents away. 0 DTEs. Come on. Get down to 496, which is this red line here. We entered right here at 497.17. Apple's still above our stop. Tesla, we're in the money with a break-even stop. Come on, NVIDIA. Give it up. 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 Are you still holding UNG? Also, why did you choose SDS against SPXS? Good question. No, I closed my UNG. I closed my UNG. Also, are you part of the Discord? My subscription? I think you might be. Just type yes or no if you're part of my subscription service already. Because I don't like to talk about trades that I'm doing with my swing trading members. People pay for the proprietary knowledge, so therefore I like to keep it that way, although I do hand out a lot of nuggets on the live streams. eBay, we're waiting on eBay. Waiting on Tesla. Apple stopped me out for a 2-cent gain. Yay, lunch money. I think I could buy a sub with that. That's probably it. Oh, you have a different name on. Oh, hey Ahmed, you have a different name on YouTube as opposed to thing. Okay, cool. Yeah. So in terms of, let me see, DXS, that's one. I think one's a little bit more than the other, and SDS is also, I believe, 3 times. Let me just double check that. Oops, that's the wrong ticker. Let me just see the volume. It might have to do with the volume. Let me just double check this. But I have used to check that. It could be more liquid, but there's no preference. I think I just used to SDS a little bit more. Just double check this. I guess SPX is actually more liquid volume. There's no real reason I've chosen SPX over SDS. They both kind of will work the exact same way. So if you have a preference as to which one you like, that's all right, Elsa. Well, now I know you don't really remember all of the leverage plays and tickers, so you just kind of pick the ones that you remember. But SDS and SPX are very, very similar. Very, very similar. EY here. Once this chart loads, I'll bring it up. Lose and potentially make a lower high. Believe it or not, Apple still hasn't confirmed the break of its inverse head and shoulders, which makes me super, super skeptical of this move. So SPY broke out of this inverse head and shoulders. You can see your left shoulder, your head, your right shoulder. Neckline broke. You've never got the retrace to the neckline. Okay, so we never got the retrace. Now the retrace to the neckline, there's 2 necklines. We can potentially play a retrace back down to this 452.60 if the markets give it to us. That's what I'm looking for. So we're watching the SPY grind higher. It's trying to actually go positive to have a break-even stop loss. I'm holding an eBay long at $40, and I'm holding a GDX short, which we're slightly in the money. Apple's trying to break, and I'm holding puts on NVDA right now, which are slightly going against us. We'll see if it gets rejected. Seeing the Russell trying to move up. Seeing the markets trying to keep grinding higher here. This is that afternoon volume float, so to speak. SPY just made a little bit of another higher high here. So it's going for that. Now you're at that gap window. So this is also another big resistance point that's coming into play. Your gap window. Draw your trend line across. We haven't tagged it there. I might be interested in shorts off of this level. I think we can get a pierce of this level and then a retrace to the pre-market low. Also your EMA 113. That's what might happen. But yeah, the UNG trade I closed yesterday, Ahmed, for a small little gain. UNG I did close yesterday when it popped. Oh, Microsoft, big push on Microsoft. That's going to help this market. Big push on Microsoft. We're in the money on eBay. That's slowly starting to cooperate. SPY is making a higher high, lower high divergence on the RSI. Get ready for another short trade on the SPY. I think we're coming up into some resistance here. Still holding my NVIDIA puts, 496.0 DTE, slightly out of the money, but it's a 1/4 position. I do have the ability to add. All right, Microsoft's getting a big pop here on volume, so that's actually coming up into a short area at 374.11. 374.11 is your pre-market low. So keep Microsoft on watch. Dollar is still consolidating to move higher. Bitcoin's now coming down. So one thing I've been noticing is this weird correlation. Every time Bitcoin starts to fall, the mega caps start to rally a little bit. It's almost like they're shuffling liquidity out of the crypto market. See Bitcoin rally, the mega caps have started to fall. So it's like this liquidity shuffle game is going on that I'm just observing recently. It hasn't always been like that, but just recently, I would say in the last couple weeks, it's like this liquidity shuffle game. All right, NVIDIA, we're flat on our puts. GDX, we're now coming down a little bit more now. So again, we've done about 20 trades today. We're still in a couple. We've closed every single winner except for one Apple put, which went against us by a couple cents, a few percentage points. We're holding an NVIDIA put 4960 DTE. Hopefully that flushes. We're still holding a GDX short, and we're holding a eBay long. So 3 more trades on the docket right now. And I'm still interested in potentially looking at maybe a QQQ short, since that's been the weaker indice of the SPY. Let me just do a quick check here. Where was that pre-market low? So I do have a short trade on the QQQ. Hasn't quite hit the level I'm looking at, but it's getting very, very close to doing so. So just be ready. Even SPY at this level looks intriguing for a short. All right, NVIDIA is trying to break a little bit lower now. Remember, we have Fed minutes at 2 o'clock. It's very peculiar. We're running up into the Fed minutes again. Dollar's starting to perk back up a little bit here. Microsoft, Apple still under pre-market low. So is NVIDIA. So is Amazon. So again, you have the majority of the mega caps all under their pre-market low, which makes this more of a bearish setup. Yeah, SPX is 3 times leverage, and that's super, super volatile. That's for sure. But no reason. I mean, you can, if I issue an alert, Ahmed, that, is a double or triple leverage ticker, and you have another ticker that is really the same, you can certainly play that. Here, the Russell does. So, if you have another preferred ticker that you like, certainly by all means play that. Dollar's trying. All right, Bitcoin's selling off here, so Coinbase might be a potential short here again. So I'm going to look at Coin. Oh, NVIDIA's popping up here. Big push in the markets coming in. I'll add to my NVIDIA puts at that pre-market low, which is 499.27. But I am seeing Bitcoin weaken again. Tesla's still weakening here. That are a little bit of a long trade. Nice couple green candle continuation move to the high side. So that's certainly interesting. All right, Enphase is getting a big move to the high side. ENPH. eBay, we're in the money about 5 cents here. Big push in the Russell. Big push in the Russell, the IWM. There is a short level on the Russell. It's not still potentially a lower high. We'll see if that comes to fruition. But now you have NVIDIA, Apple, Tesla, Amazon all trying to move up. Meta, look at that Meta move. Holy crap. Meta's almost back to the positive side. Very extended, a little bit of a divergence. Let's see what we can do on Meta. Be ready for another trade call out here. I just want to analyze it on my other time frames here on my other screens. Just bear with me for a second. But Meta is and look at Google, its counterparty in the communications. Let's see. NVIDIA is still trying to push up. Microsoft back in its bearish range. That looks like a short name again. Microsoft is not participating. Interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, NVIDIA is pushing up. Apple's pushing up. Should have probably held my Apple longs. That's okay. eBay, we're in the money nicely on eBay. That's pushing up here. All right, I'm taking QQQ short here. QQQ 388.31 short. 388.31 short on QQQ. 388.31. Fourth position, just short the common shares. QQQ 338.31 short. So entry, it's a starter position. SPY is into its gap window. SPY is into its gap window. Weaken just a little bit here. The dollar is starting to weaken. It's now almost 1 hour till the Fed minutes. The next ad level on the Qs will be 388.76. 388.76, 77 give or take. That's your pre-market low. The Russell's moving up as well. If the Russell taps that 177.96 level again, it's another short trade trigger. All right, Microsoft and NVIDIA are going to weigh in on the Qs. Apple's still holding up. So is Tesla. So is Amazon. I'm looking for a retest all the way down to 388. That's where I'll probably look to cover. Maybe even a tap of the 113 EMA. Let's see if we can draw this parallel channel just to see what we're dealing with here. Maybe pivots there. Let me just play around with this channel really quickly just to give us some potential levels. So you broke out, retest, broke out again, retest, tap, tap. Okay. So let's just see how these decent support, but we will see. There's one downsloping trend line, and here is another upsloping trend line that we have to watch for. I'll just remove this one. It's kind of in the way. All right, so NVIDIA is now coming down. NVIDIA is coming down pretty sharply here. We're slightly in the money on our QQQ short. Slightly. eBay's on NVIDIA. Give it to us. The Qs need to fall. We're almost there, guys. We're almost there on those. Continuation move in the Qs. Big pump on NVIDIA coming in on that 1 minute candle. Still holding the QQQ. It's a 1/4 entry. Still holding GDX short. Still holding eBay long. Still holding NVIDIA puts. Again, Microsoft is back in its bearish range. It's looking a little nasty. Natural gas could be a good swing or a day trade long off of this level. You are putting in a potential little bottom here. All right, get ready on NVIDIA, guys. We're going to peel our profits soon, very, very soon. Qs are still bouncing here, still right at our short level. So there's clearly some resistance here. We're 28 cents away from being in the money. Get ready to secure those fucking profits, man. Come on, let's do this, man. 0 DTE. Come on, man. Come on. Flush it down, NVIDIA. Flush it down. Give it to us. Give it to us. Come on. No. Oh, they're so close. So close. All right, eBay's softening up a little bit, but we have an in-the-money stop protection on that trade. QQQ are basically just 3 cents out of the money on the shorts. Let's see what type of action we get moving forward. Excuse me. Oh my goodness, that stock I think it was around the let me just see here. Oh my god, we got in it down here, SHOT earlier. 479. Look at the move. Wow, we only made 3% when we could have made 25%. Should have, would have, and could have are the best traders alive, right? That just shows you, right? Sometimes you don't want to look at, but we entered down here at 479 long. Wow, what a moonshot. Anyone still holding that in the chat? I know there's quite a few viewers still pushing up here. Qs are above our level now, so we're going to add colors start to emerge. If Apple retraces all the way down to its neckline, I'm buying. But it just tagged pre-market low chart just to show you. Green, yields are red. So Apple tagged that 190.58 and basically to the penny, sellers are emerging. So if we get a retrace all the way down to this 190.20 area, this neckline, we go long Apple. Okay, that's if they grind this market up into the minutes, I'm expecting a sell-off. If they dump it into the minutes, I'm expecting a pop. Kind of counterintuitive. Heavy volume coming in on the Qs, trying to break out here. So next ad level on the Qs is this pre-market low. Okay. Have a resting order in case we get a pop up there. And we'll see if we can bank some more winners on these trades. So we're still holding a GDX short, a QQQ short, an eBay long with an in-the-money stop, and an NVIDIA put, 496 puts. I want those puts in the money. Come on. Apple's going for pre-market low again. Microsoft selling though. So Microsoft's falling, but Apple's rallying, kind of negating each other. QQQ's coming back down again. We're in the money on that trade nicely. Good job, good job. eBay just stopped me out for a 3-cent gain. I repeat, eBay just triggered my stop loss. 3-cent gain. I'm out of that trade on eBay. Pre-market rejection on Apple. Right now on the mega caps, you have Apple down 0.5%, Microsoft down 1.34%. Amazon down 1.79. Google's positive, up 0.37. Nvidia's down 1.5. Tesla's up 2.58. Meta's down 0.18%. Strength in the healthcare from UNH and J&J. Strength in Berkshire Hathaway. Strength in Walmart. So staples are acting okay. Weakness in Procter & Gamble, down 0.5%. JP Morgan was positive, but it just turned negative. So a little bit of weakness creeping in the banks. The Visa and MasterCard are positive. XOM is eking out a small gain. Strength is like Coca-Cola, Pepsi. Seems like a lot of money is flowing defensively. Pfizer, Berkshire. Look at this QQQ dump. This is fucking amazing. Potential head and shoulders on Tesla. Potential head and shoulders. Get ready for some 0 DTE puts on Tesla. Get ready for some 0 DTE puts on Tesla. If we break the neckline, if we break that neckline on Tesla, come on. And get ready for a cover on the QQQ. It's approaching our level very, very closely here. We're about to win on this trade. We're in the money. I'm going to move my stop on the Qs to slightly in the money by about 3 cents, 4 cents in the money. But what I'm watching on day, baby, shorts all day. You can see we're fighting this EMA 113, bearish consolidation, back above, lower high, rejection. All right, I'm taking 0 DTE, 241 puts, 0 DTE on Tesla. 241 puts, 0 DTE, entered right here. Come on. Where's 241 on our chart? Let's just mark that up. Basically, we need Tesla to get down there. This is a 1/4 position, so I'm going to give myself some optionality to DCA a little bit in case it goes against us. 241, come on. We're still holding puts on NVDA, which we're up and nicely. Almost in the money on our 496. Come on, 35 cents away from going in the money. Come on, QQQ. I'm about to cover. Protect QQQ. Move a stop to 388.15. 388.15 stop on the Qs. 388.15. QQQ. I'm moving my stop loss. I'm about to cover very shortly. Come on. 496 puts almost in the money on NVIDIA. 496 puts. Come on. 15 cents. Microsoft lowercase h bear flag breaking. 496 puts in the money on NVIDIA. Please secure your profits. Please secure your profits. I just covered my QQQ short at 387. We're holding 0 DTEs on Tesla, and we're still holding a GDX. Oh, look at the surge in the dollar, team. Look at this surge in the dollar. The dollar is at the high of the day, going for that daily 200 MA that I said at the start of the stream we were likely going to see. 241 puts on Tesla are almost in the money. Head and Shoulders has triggered on the 5-minute chart for. We could see more downside in this market. Be very, very careful. The dollar is starting to surge. Look at this dollar breakout surging up. It is in squeeze mode on the dollar. We also took those UUP calls earlier in the stream. I totally forgot about that trade. Long the dollar. Let's see where our UUP was. Wow, this is impeccable. Guys, Tesla puts are almost in the money. Those 0 DTEs, 7 cents being in the money. Look at our UUP trade. We entered, where am I here? We entered at 29.16 on the UUP. I know it's a weird index, but I have here we entered at 29.16. I'm still going to hold this because I think it goes higher. All right, let's look at Tesla here. So again, I close my QQQ short for a low gain. I close my 0 DTE puts on NVIDIA for an in the money, and Tesla's 10 cents away. All right, there's a gap fill on Sono all the way up to 1430. I'm gonna wait for that initial pullback because now we're late to the news. Come on, Tesla, 13 cents away from being in the money on those puts. The Head and Shoulders has. I'm tempted to play it again because the dollar is surging. No Sonos for me yet. Let's just focus on our Tesla, which we're 11 cents away from being in the money. 11 cents away. Wow, look at that Netflix. Netflix is approaching a short level. Netflix just hit a major gap fill. I do have a short trade on Netflix approaching. It's not there yet, but it's coming up very, very short. Tesla's getting a move up here. Watch for a short on Netflix around that 477, 60-ish. 60-ish.
Yeah, Frank. Frank, are you in a subway station? Is it me? Oh, now it's gone. Yeah, now it's gone.
All right, markets are getting a nice little bounce here. Markets are getting a nice little bounce. So to sum things up, on the trade side, we have a short on GDX still playing. We have puts on Tesla, which are almost in the money. And yeah, that sums it up right now. That's really going to be it. I'm looking at a Netflix short, at the gap fill, potentially another Microsoft short. It's been a super, super weak name. Putting in a bear flag, potential break. Tesla puts in the money. Here we go. Yes. Yes. 0 DTEs. Look at that dump. Come on. Come on. Baby. 0 DTEs are in the money. It's prudent to secure profits, but I'm going to let this ride a little bit. I am going to let this ride a little bit. Here we go. All right, I'm going to secure half the position here. Half the position. Half the position. I just closed at 240.73. Half the position is secured. I'm putting a break even. Sorry, I'm putting an in the money stop loss now. Right at that neckline, 241.24. Let's leave runners. Let's go. Let's go. Tesla, come on, baby. $new.ca. Oh my goodness. What a day. What a day. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. We are banking. Boom. Laughing to the bank. We are printing money over here today. We are printing money. Oh my God, look at this Tesla fall. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, look at this Tesla. Oh my God. Oh my God. Go Tesla, go. Go. Go Tesla. Go Tesla. Go Tesla, go. Apple's coming up into retrace. All right, I'm exiting all of my full position on Tesla puts 0. Wow. What holy, what a rush. What a rush. Those 0 DTEs, man. You see those percentage points fly. Flying. Anybody caught that? Did anybody catch that? Did anybody take 0 DTEs with me on Tesla? Come on. You have to tell me you did. You absolutely have to tell me you did. All right, Apple's looking like a long here. 190, a little bit more. Get ready to go long Apple. Right at this 119.60, 119.16 area. Come on, Apple. Do it for us. Do it for us, baby. I'm seeing oil creep up. This is going to be a 1/4 entry on Apple. It's going to be a 1/4 entry. And basically, I'll add, if we test these pivots down there, the green lines are where we enter. Green lines are where we enter. All right, Apple's approaching. Get ready to go long. 2 cents away. I don't want it if it doesn't tag that trend line. I don't want it if it doesn't tag that trend line. All right. Did I get filled? No, I missed it by 1 penny. There it is. I got filled. 119, 190.60 filled on Apple. So starter position 1/4. We're long Apple now. We are long Apple. Still holding GDX shorts. But we're long Apple. Here's a measured move coming into play. I think it is. Okay, so that was a measured move. Apple's going lower. I'm going to add a second entry here. These are just long common shares. They're just long common shares. Markets are in trouble here. Semis are starting to roll over, potentially making lower lows across the SOXX ETF. SPY is back, tapping that pre-market low. If we get a close on the SPY at the pre-market low, all right, I'm taking 496.0 DTE puts on NVIDIA again. 496.0 DTE puts on NVIDIA again. 496.0 DTE puts on NVIDIA. Come on, NVIDIA. Might be super, super risky. We're still holding Apple long here. I'm looking for an Apple to retrace all the way back up to 190.31 at the minimum. But Russell's trying to make new lows on the session, testing the lows. And then you have the S&P trying to break the pre-market low again. All right, Apple's getting a nice bounce here. Apple is bouncing.
I guess it's starting to pull back a little bit.
Apple, I'm going to put a in the money stop by 1 penny. So 190.17. It just stopped me out there for a 1 penny gain. Still retracing. Let's see though what happens here. We're going lower. All right, so we got stopped out of Apple there. That's okay. That's still a capital preservation. We made money off of that a little bit. 1 penny. I'm not going to get too excited. I don't even really count that as a win. But if Apple comes back down to this 190 area, we can look for another long trigger. All right, NVIDIA's getting a big pump up. I'm going to add to the NVIDIA short if we get a move to 497.94. The NVIDIA put. We still have 496 puts on NVIDIA. Apple's fighting this trendline retrace here. You can see we're right back at that area. But I'm worried about the Russell and the SPY closing below pre-market lows, which is why I tightened up that stop loss. Again, Tesla has triggered that head and shoulders. So it is also another short trade. Still holding GDX short. Here's the thing about the miners. If the dollar keeps surging higher here, which it's now up 0.14% on the session, putting in a daily bottoming tail about to touch the daily 200 MA, you have the dollar strong and oil is trying to actually break out and turn back to the positive side. So those are going to be two major catalyst headwinds for the miners if oil starts to turn positive. QQQ still falling here, but NVIDIA is trying to bounce. Apple's still fighting that area. Big fight here going on in the mega caps. Microsoft is triggering a bear flag. It's almost at the lows of the session. I have a long trade on Microsoft below 370. Below 370, I have a long trade on Microsoft. Being defended at that pre-market. So let me just flip to the spot. Not a good sign. However, kind of countering that is the fact that you're holding 452.90. 452.90 is the pre-market low on the SPY. Whoops. We still never retraced down to the breakout zone on the SPY. I still have a buy level. But this pre-market low, we lose this and it's shorts all day again. And we have 40 minutes till the Fed meeting. Or the Fed minutes, sorry. GDX is still cooperating. We're in the money on that trade. So we never fulfilled the upside move of the SPY inverted head and shoulders. The upside move should have taken us to 453.80, but we never ever did retest the neckline. So a couple scenarios here. We could see a retest of the neckline and then a rally into the late session. That's kind of what I'm favoring right now, is maybe we see a dump down there. Fed minutes come out positive. Maybe the markets come out and pop. And then it's NVIDIA earnings after that. Well, I don't know how that's going to go, but we'll see. Consensus is for a beat. whether or not they can grow bottom line again by 20% from 13.1 to about 16.2 billion. Implied option move is about 6.7% move, plus or minus. So I heard it. So SPY is testing that pre-market low again. Puts on Tesla again. 238 one-day puts. Expiry November 22nd. 238 puts. But the DXY is approaching that daily 200 pin profit. But look at that. Whoops. So again, we're still holding 496 0 DTE puts on NVDA. We're holding 238 one-day puts on Tesla. We're still holding a GDX short. So let's just watch the 0 DTE play, which is NVIDIA. 12-day on the Russell. This could get nasty here. This market could get really, really ugly here. SPY looks like it wants that retrace. That's the buy, down around this 452.30-ish. But below the pre-market low again, and we're selling. Look at this waterfall coming in here. Into Tesla, we entered at 240, looking for a move down to 238. Microsoft, new low of day. Russell, new low of day. SPY again closing below that pre-market. GDX is cooperating as well. Here we go. We're printing. We're fucking printing. Let's go. 36 minutes till Fed minutes. 36 minutes till Fed minutes. Come on, baby. Let's go. Wow, look at this sell-off occurring. Are you banking or are you banking? All right, markets are getting a little bit of a bounce here. Let's see if we can get some continuation move to the downside. This is crazy, 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 crazy. All right, SPY is continuing to sell. All right, NVIDIA big push up here. NVIDIA did get a big push, so is this Tesla. Apple's fighting though below that neckline. Microsoft defending its low of day, May. Cents gain per share on the DTE NVDA. Three-bar surge on the dollar. It is a 3-bar surge on the DXY. 10-minute, sorry, it's a 4-bar surge on the 10-minute chart. Apologize. A decent bounce here. Still under pre-market low on the SPY. I don't like the fact that we lost that. All the Qs are getting a bounce here. Potential bounce for the last half an hour as we head into the Fed minutes. We shall see.
I almost tossed my AMD calls, and like one of the guys in service was like, I have a hard time. Like, I can't. It's like every time I enter it.
All right, so SPY is still getting rejected at that pre-market low, 452.90. I remain bearish until we get above that. Still holding 1-day puts, November 22nd puts on Tesla, 237 puts, sorry, 238 puts, and then I'm holding 0 DTE 496 puts on NVIDIA. Both have 3 additional dollar cost average positions to add if it goes against us. I don't like averaging down on 0 DTEs, but I will if I have to. So let's just see. Again, SPY getting rejected, new high on the dollar. I'll be right back. can see NVIDIA is bouncing and really fighting this tight wedge pattern here. So it's on a little bit of a squeeze, and it'll be interesting to see which way we break off of the squeeze. In 26 minutes, we do have the Fed minutes. SPY is back above pre-market low. So I'm still holding my 1 DTE puts on Tesla. Still holding 0 DTE 496 puts on NVIDIA. I'm going to add to NVIDIA if we get basically to that pivot, that 497 pivot. That'll be the second add to the position. Only if we get there though. But a tight wedge pattern is forming on NVIDIA. One way or another, it's going to break. Potential inverted head and shoulders on NVIDIA. So we'll see. We'll have to watch that closely. Tesla is trying to get back above its little neckline that it broke. We'll see if it gets above there. Still holding my GDX short. We're in the money nicely. We're in the money really nicely on GDX. That's a half a position, so decent profits coming in off of that trade. What else are we watching? We're seeing AMD pop, Netflix pop, semis are getting a pop. Microsoft is popping, Apple's popping back above the neckline. S&P's back above pre-market lows. Russell did make that new low of day, but is bouncing. NVIDIA is trying to pop up a little bit more now. Apple just got rejected here. SPY is still above its pre-market. Since we're seeing oil start to creep up again. All right, here comes the push in Apple, so it's going to lift the Qs and the S&P. Off of that neckline, but then you have weakness in Microsoft, so that's kind of counteracting each other. Tesla's getting a little bit of a pop here, so is NVIDIA. I'm about to add to my NVIDIA position. Right here, I just added 497.98, so that brings me up to 497.35. Now we do have a potential inverted head and shoulders triggering on NVIDIA, and it does suggest a pretty big upside move in this name if it is to play out. I've seen a lot of these inverted head and shoulders do a lot of fake outs these days, but the move, if this completes, is 501. Again, the one thing that makes me skeptical is the QQQ weakness, still down 0.75%. SPY did recapture that pre-market low, so perhaps there is some validity to it. But we just want to make sure that it isn't a fake out. We're still under pre-market low for NVIDIA as well. So 499.27 is a very big level for NVIDIA. But it's trying to push higher here. It It is squeezing higher here. NVIDIA, we did get that 1 minute confirmation. Well, it's appearing to be. And Apple's pushing up pretty drastically here. So we're getting a little bit of a pump into the Fed minute meeting. Certainly interesting. GDX, new low. So GDX, we're nicely in the money. We're in the money by about 19 cents a share. I'm short 1,500 shares on GDX. So that's a good sized position. All right, so NVIDIA is trying to catch a little bit of a momentum swing here. Apple's also pushing. Tesla's still finding resistance here, but trying to move up as well. A QQQ inverted head and shoulder is potentially forming, actually, so we got to be watching that. Neckline has not triggered. All right. Let's see. I'm going to call out something here. I'm going to add to the Tesla position if it goes up to 241.39. Okay, to basically hedge this NVIDIA, I'm going to go with a I'm tempted to take QQQ 0 DTEs. All right, I'm just going to go long the common shares at minutes are in 20 minutes. Let me just reassess this. Let me just get my pulse on things. I stepped away. This is tricky. This is a very tricky spot here ahead of the minutes. I mean, you do have NVIDIA trying to break out of this inverted head and shoulders. But again, it's still under pre-market low. QQQ still weak under pre-market low. SPY's above it. Tesla at resistance. Apple's trying to move higher here. Hasn't made a higher high yet. All right, NVIDIA's weakening just a tad here. We'll see if this becomes more of a failed breakout. So the 1 minute breakout did give us that breakout signal. The 2 minute did. The 10 minute hasn't yet. But this shape is more of a 3 and 5 minute head and shoulders, I would say, inverse. All right, I'm going to take 389 0 DTE calls on the QQQ. 389 0 DTE calls on the QQQ. And I just entered here at 388.01. Quickly break even on those puts. It is starting to come in a little bit here. Could be a potential failure. Apple also finding some near-term resistance. All right, Qs are falling a little bit here. I will add to the position. $387.83. I'll add to the QQQ position. We're still holding 0 DTE 496 puts on NVIDIA. It's a half-size position right now. We're still holding 1 DTE puts on Tesla. 238 1 DTE puts on Tesla, and then we're holding. We just entered a position on the QQQ. We're holding 0 DTE 389 calls, kind of as a hedge on that NVIDIA. Still holding my GDX short. That's cooperating beautifully. As soon as I started seeing that dollar breaking that range, I mean, this has just been a stellar trade. Up 20 cents times 1,500 shares. I will take that very much. I'm still in it. I'm not covering. I still think with the price action in oil, the miners are up 2.81% still today. I still think we can get more. So we're holding a 29.51 short on the GDX. All right, Qs are moving up a little bit more now. We'll see. NVIDIA closed below the 3-minute chart. All right, I'm gonna exit these calls here on QQQ for a small gain. So I took a small gain on those calls. Basically a flat trade on those QQQ calls. Really, it's nothing to rave about. But we also have the Fed minutes, 1:46 p.m. right now. So in 14 minutes, we will have the Fed minutes. Still holding NVIDIA 0 DTEs, 496 0 DTE puts, Tesla 1 DTE, 238 puts. Apple's testing its pre-market low again. Apple is testing its pre-market low. So potential another short trigger setting up right now. Netflix is weakening. That's been strong all day. All right, so now yields are green. I said in my earlier video, watch the long end of the yields. They all flipped green. The 2-year yield's still negative. So I suspect that there's going to be more pressure on this market with long end yields moving back up. Watch that Russell 2000 for more shorts. They're obviously more sensitive to yields than anything else. All right, so that seems to be a pretty decent close on those QQ. All right, I'm going to take 453 0 DTE on SPY. 453 0 DTE right here. 453 0 DTE on SPY. All right, the oil price action and a stronger dollar is certainly going to weigh in. All right, so markets are trying to move up here. Apple's still seeing some rejection. NVIDIA is trying to break out of that little inverse head and shoulders. Bitcoin's coming down some more. The yields are pushing up. So next ad level on NVIDIA is around that 499 area. But just to pierce the 499, we'll add a third entry to NVIDIA. And then basically, if we pierce this major pivot here on SPY, I may consider adding to the put side.
No. This is the first one.
All right, NVIDIA's pushing up here, guys. Apple is too. SPY's pushing. All right, NVIDIA's pushing up a little bit more now.
I was told to do multiple.
So SPY is continuing to climb. All right, markets are pushing up. Apple's coming up to that pre-market low. SPY's above its pre-market low. NVIDIA's below. Microsoft's below. Fed minutes in 9 minutes. Fed minutes in 9 minutes. Amazon's trying to push up a little bit more. So is Google. Semis are catching a small bid here. AMD, NVIDIA, SMH, SOXX. NVIDIA is trying to break out of this inverted head and shoulders. Apple's at technical resistance, EMA 113. Get ready to add to our NVIDIA puts above 499. I'd love for it to tap pre-market high, and then that could be the entry to add to our short side, our put side. But SPY's pushing some more now. SPY's almost at that double top. All right, we're continuing to grind. Apple's now testing pre-market low. So expect a rejection there. SPY is almost testing that double top. I am about to add to my 0 DTEs. I have not done so yet. All right, get ready to add on NVIDIA. Get ready to add on NVIDIA. So we're pumping into the Fed minutes. We are pumping into the Fed minutes. SPY never officially hit my next ad level. Still holding 0 DTEs on NVIDIA. We're losing on that trade right now. That's okay. Still holding 1 DTEs on Tesla. We're holding 0 DTEs on the SPY. We're holding a GDX short in the money nicely on that trade. Apple getting rejected at that pre-market low for now. For now. All right, markets are looking to do a little bit of a trend, but anything can change here. We are rallying into the Fed minutes. QQQ, SPY is almost green on the day, down 0.16% only. So very, very interesting. Next ad level on Tesla is 241.39. NVIDIA never quite hit that pierce of 499. SPY is still hovering right above this pivot. I would like to see it pierce this area now. Is basically here. So I might wait. I'm going to judge it. I'll call it on the fly. I'm still interested in adding though.
Yeah, I've noticed that. So maybe don't wait till the last few minutes to put that in, because like you're not going to get the best prediction price, because the range I think gets smaller, right, as the time goes on.
All right, SPY falling.
It's a crapshoot, I think. Yeah. So far, the people who win have not going to be in. Interesting.
SPY getting rejected there. Hard rejection on the SPY. Dollar's moving up. Dollar is moving up. Get ready for these minutes. In 3 minutes, we have the Fed minutes. 3 minutes, I repeat. We're gonna see some volatility here in 3 minutes. I'm gonna stand up here. I've been chilling for the little bit of the afternoon, but I am standing up for these minutes. So right now, dollars at the daily 200 MA. 2-year yields red, long end yields green. Markets are red across the board, and we have the SPY coming up into this double top. Inverted head and shoulders target is 453.79. NVIDIA I just added here 499.30. 499.30 to my 0 DTEs. Brings my average up quite substantially. But it is surging still. SPY is dumping. SPY is dumping here. Will NVIDIA play catch up? So my average on NVIDIA is now sitting at 498.17. Minutes are set to be released very shortly here. Final ad on NVIDIA will be this 500 level. Still holding my GDX short. All right, here we go. Minutes will be set to be released in 10 seconds. All right, minutes are out. Dollars still hovering. S&P selling. Now it's rallying. Yields have flattened, softened a little bit. The VIX is catching a little bit of a bid here. SPY is dumping again. 30 DTE puts in the money. SPY, please secure profits. Please secure profits. 453 0 DTE is in the money. Boom. That was an excellent job. We're still waiting on NVIDIA and Tesla. But yields are climbing on the long end. 2-year yield is seeing a little bit of an uptick. Initial market reaction down. Where did SPY bounce? SPY bounced off of that pre-market low. We secured profits right as we hit that. All right, let's just see if we get down for another retrace here. NVIDIA is still strong. Tesla's moving up. Dollar's still trying to wick higher. Lots of volatility creeping in here. So it's looking like they're buying us up. I'm going to add to my Tesla soon here. 241.39. I'm going to add to my Tesla. 241.40. I just got filled on Tesla. That's a second position. Tesla's squeezing. S&P's squeezing. S&P is squeezing here. Tesla's pushing. Next ad level on Tesla, we have a half a position. Next ad level is 242. 241.39 on Tesla, half position. Tesla still has triggered a head and shoulder, so we have to be mindful and careful of that. $241.39. Sorry, 241.13. My average on Tesla. Slightly out of the money. That's okay. I'll be right back. Just 1 second. All right, so we're still seeing the markets trying to grind. All right, so we're just waiting on Tesla here. We'll see Tesla and NVIDIA. We're still holding both puts. GDX, I'm short. Still holding that. Interesting to see that the 20-year yield went flat. NVIDIA is still trying to move up here. SPY is still... Tesla, you can see, is getting rejected at this neckline. So the head and shoulders target is still in play. We have one DTE 238 puts. NVIDIA, we're still holding 0 DTE 496 puts. Apple's coming down, SPY's coming down as well. So 3 positions on the docket. 3 positions on the docket as of now. Still waiting on NVIDIA. We have a half a position in Tesla. Half a position in NVIDIA. And we are seeing the markets trying to float and grind here. Russell's trying to bounce. Dollar's getting another bid here. SPY and Q are still trying to eke out a small bounce and gain here. GDX is testing the lows again. Tesla's moving up. NVIDIA still hovering at that pre-market low. Hasn't been able to confirm above the pre-market low. Apple got rejected at its pre-market low. All right, guys. So big dump in the S&P here. Big fucking dump. I don't. The charts are my news. Basically, I can tell just by the market reaction whether something positive or negative is being happened. I used to trade with CNBC on the background. Sometimes on like big days I will. But really, Twitter. Twitter's probably the fastest live streaming news. I join Twitter Spaces each day and have that playing in my ear in the background. And basically, there's sometimes 500 to over a couple thousand traders in single Twitter live spaces, and you can generally get if there's 1,000 traders watching the market, that's 2,000 eyeballs. That's way better than any news station or anything that's going to give you the information. So I like to watch, or I like to listen to the Twitter spaces. That's kind of my news, but really just the charts, watching the dollar, which is spiking right now as we speak, and then watching yields. Generally, you can tell what's coming to fruition. So SPY right now is going to test the pre-market low. It's looking vulnerable. Tesla's still hugging this area. Just be mindful that we did trigger that head and shoulders rejection at this neckline so far. Downside target is set to commence here. Again, I'm holding 1 DTE puts on Tesla, which were slightly losing on the trade. I'm holding 238 puts on Tesla 1 DTE, so they expire tomorrow. I'm holding 0. There's a couple reasons I took the GDX. One, dollar was oversold into technical support. Two, oil was oversold into technical support. What are the two major headwinds for miners? Gold, or for miners, it's a strong dollar, which impacts gold, the underlying commodity, and then you have oil, one of their biggest input costs. So right now we may make new lows, just like the Russell. But I think that GDX can actually come down to the EMA 113 today, which is at 2907, and then maybe falling a little bit here. Tesla's acting well. 10, 20, and 30 yield positive, 2-year yields negative. Dollars pulling off from the highs. Let's see what happens here. Big level for the markets. All right, big bounce in the S&P 500 here. We're still potentially making lower highs. We'll see if we can get through this area here. Tesla's moving up, Apple, so the Qs are getting a big bounce. All right, we're trying to see the QQQ's trying to break out of its bearish consolidation range. It did that once earlier today and got rejected. NVDA is trying to break out as well above that pre-market low. Right now it's inside of a 5-minute distribution doji candle and heavy volume, so just pay close attention to that. Tesla is retracing to the neckline of the head and shoulders that it triggered, so I'm willing to add to my position around above 242 on the short side, but Qs are trying to break out here, still below pre-market low. Be careful that this is still a downtrending day. Despite this recent little move up, we are still technically in a downtrending day, and many stocks like Apple are at resistance. Pre-market low resistance has rejected Apple many times today. So until we see it start to get a real decisive close above that pre-market low, we have to anticipate more sellers emerging from the woodwork. And again, we bounced off of that pre-market low. Looks to be putting in a lower high. That's not good. I'm still holding my 0DTE put on NVIDIA 496, which we're out of the money, losing on that trade right now. I'm still holding my 1DTE 238 put on Tesla. Markets right now is the fact that you have the dollar softening from the highs. The dollar has softened quite substantially from the highs, so that is a little bit of a tailwind for the markets. You're seeing Bitcoin trying to move up, oil softened, Apple selling off a little bit, so is Tesla. Here comes the downside move in the SPY. Again, if we lose this pre-market low, I think we're going lower. And what's interesting is we still haven't retraced to the neckline breakout of this inverse head and shoulders. I've still had it priced in to retrace down to this 452 area, maybe even 451 pierce, depending on how much and how long this takes. We will see if we get a big on the SPY. The SOXX is trying to bounce. I'm seeing a potential 10-minute head and shoulders on AVGO. AVGO. It's a semiconductor play. I'm seeing a 10-minute head and shoulders. It's right on the neckline right now as we speak. If it triggers that neckline break, we could see a pretty sharp move down. And what's interesting about AVGO, it actually has the most weighting in the SMH. Okay? AVGO has been surging, making new all-time highs in the recent trading sessions. All right, we're seeing the dollar still softening, but the bias going into NVIDIA. This is a potential head and shoulders here. This particular play is you have this bearish gap, and this is a perfect short setup in my opinion. You have a mini head and shoulders on the 10-minute. You have a much little larger one that it could shape up for some downside. Let's be patient with this. See if it weighs in on the SMH at all. I'd love to see it trigger that area. Let's flip back to Tesla. See how that is, because Tesla's been the strongest mega cap today. So you always want to keep your eyes. A little bit of a pro tip that I have discovered since trading is that you want to make note, especially of the mega cap companies. You want to make note who is the most strongest mega cap today. So identifying relative strength, and then you want to identify relative weakness, the weakest on the day. So if we look through our list of mega caps, Tesla is no doubt the strongest mega cap today. And then you look through the weakness of the list, and Amazon is the weakest. So what's interesting is that they're both in the same consumer discretionary basket, the XLY. Of that, then you have a downsloping neckline that we have to watch. So two patterns. You have a head and shoulders, which is triggered, and you have an inverse head and shoulders, which hasn't triggered. So very, very interesting. All right, so the SPY is getting a little bit of a boost here. QQQ also. SPY putting in a potential bearish pattern formation. Yields have softened. All right, NVIDIA's back above 500 and surging. So this might be the bullish close on NVIDIA. So upside target on NVIDIA is around 501. 501 for that inverse head and shoulders breakout, which it's almost at that area right now. So it seems to be the only stock rallying is NVIDIA. And there seems to be a little bit of selling still occurring in the S&P 500 as of now. All right, NVIDIA is continuing to push here, getting a confirmed break above pre-market low, which is technically a bullish signal for NVIDIA. So NVIDIA is ramping up into earnings. Could be a host of people buying the speculation long and then shorts covering. We will see. Apple's coming down. NVIDIA's remaining strong. So Trading Capital is my Discord. It's my website where you can find information about the swing trading and day trading service that I run. I post daily analysis videos for members. You have access to my live trade alerts, day trades, and swing trades. I also track insider buying and selling and note the important selling and buy signals, abnormal buys and sells, so to speak. All right, so we have a potential bear flag forming on the SPY. We do have a potential bear flag. Look at Tesla retracing to this neckline. Let's see if we get any sort of rejection. Apple's coming down. Microsoft's coming down a bit more now. There's your minutes. Big wick down. Big bounce. Made a higher low, but you made a lower high, so we're forming a wedge pattern. Which way is the wedge going to break? You're above that pre-market low, so technically speaking, you could move higher. And you have not fulfilled the upside move of the head and shoulders, but we will see. We will see if it comes to fruition. NVIDIA just achieved its upside target. 501.22 was hit off of that measured move pattern. The dollar is still softening some more. Tesla's trying to move up. All right, I just added to my NVIDIA put at 501. 501. We're seeing Apple and Microsoft continuing to see some weakness. So I added to my NVIDIA at 501. It brings my average all the way up to 499.45. So we're slightly out of the money. Will we get a retrace to the neckline? Potentially. Still holding a GDX short and a 1 DTE on Tesla. NVIDIA earnings tonight. Consensus is for a beat. Consensus is for a beat. If they beat, I think it's going to be a buy the rumor, sell the news type of pop. There's a strong chance that they come in line, but 20%, another 20% quarter over quarter growth is pretty substantial. And if you look at the last earnings report, they did beat. They had a pop, and then that pop that day was met with a big reversal, sell candle. QQQ still trying to break out of a potential inverse head and shoulders, still technically in bearish territory. All right, SPY is trying to push up, still holding in a very tight range for the last several minutes. It's gaining some momentum to make a bigger directional move. Technically speaking, it's a bearish pattern that is forming on the SPY, but you are above that pre-market low. All right, let's see if this is the breakdown candle. Still have a VIX negative. The 2-year yields dropped slightly from the point of the Fed minutes. The 10-year yields basically green, 20 yields slightly negative, 30 yields positive. We'll see how NVDA does and how that impacts this stock for sure, along with the rest of them. But 216, call it 30, has been the high we're trying to break above, and it continues just kind of beat its head up against the ceiling here. But if you zoom out, it's not trying to get back to prior highs. It's at its all-time highs and looking to push higher. I believe Risa is more into the hardware side of the cloud software and how that all. All right, we're seeing the S&P trying to catch a small bid here. We'll see if it can make its way higher or if this bearish pattern is going to play out on the S&P. All right, NVIDIA is falling a little bit, so is the S&P. Let's see if we get a retrace back to the neckline of this inverted head and shoulders. The upside target was fulfilled almost to a penny. Still holding a GDX short, but the dollar has softened a little bit, which is giving miners a small bounce. QQQ is starting to come in now, just a little bit. All right, SPY is breaking that bear flag to the downside. SPY is breaking a bear flag to the downside. So be mindful of that. Seeing some weakness creeping into Meta, but Qs are still trying to bounce here. So Apple and Microsoft are catching a small bid. NVIDIA testing support, pivot rejection, pivot breakout, volume coming in. We'll see if it can hold. All right, more weakness creeping into the Russell 2000. The IWM is seeing weakness. What's interesting about that is that the Russell's still selling even though the yields have softened up a bit today. So a little bit of a negative divergence there occurring. Markets are just stalling here, trying to push up on the Qs. The Qs are trying to push up. So SPY is down 0.24%. QQQ is down 0.68%. The Russell's down 1.17%. Gold's up 1.15%. Silver's up 1.82%. The VIX is negative by 1.49. Very rare to see the VIX down 1.49% and all indices down. That's super, super weird in my opinion. I don't know what's going on there. All right, so NVIDIA's trying to gain a little bit more momentum here, consolidating. Apple's pushing up. Microsoft is seeing some selling. All right, big push in the Qs, coming up to that neckline retest break. We will see if it can get through it. Apple never hit Microsoft never hit my downside target today, which is why I honestly think there could be a little bit more downside in this market, but we will see. We will certainly find out. Tight wedge pattern. The longer coils, the bigger the move. Which way is it going to break? It's now approaching 2:36 p.m. in the afternoon. We have closed a whole host of winning trades there. Hey, Casey. How you doing today? B the ways. If you're using this is a pretty base. You can say that's your neckline. But here, right roughly, measured move might differ a little bit, just a teensy-weensy bit. So that's looking like a nice is being 27, 46.27 stop. Let me just see your stop. So in and around 46.27. So in and around this vicinity, that could be a decent stop, because if you draw your trend line across there, yeah, that would be a close below your breakout. So I think that this stock is great for the long side. I would personally get interested if we get a retrace and hold this breakout zone. That's where I get interested in the long side. But what's the market cap size? Let me just take a quick peek. Market cap 5.12 billion. Okay. Let me see if there's any gaps above. So you have a gap up there. Big breakdown. So this was an earnings break pop and then rejection. Oh, it's a very new company though, eh? Okay, so it's really only been trading since, 2021 November. So it doesn't have much history. If NVIDIA doesn't, and right now we're seeing the wedge pattern potentially pretty decent looking setup on the long side of the chart. All right, so Tesla's coming down. NVIDIA's still holding the majority of its gains. I'm seeing weakness creeping into Apple and Microsoft again. If the S&P breaks, we're basically seeing Tesla starting to sell. Tesla's been the strongest name all day. That's never a good sign when the relative strength name is selling. It likely means it's going to wane on the indice. All right, wedge pattern is breaking on the S&P. We're still above pre-market low, which is a short-term positive, but getting our 1 DTE puts. Test here by the breaking of that neckline. Target just a larger term. Head and shoulders as well. There's a 5-minute one that I've been watching. I'm going to show you the 10-minute chart just for teaching purposes. Or actually, we'll go to the 5-minute. We will check the 5-minute chart. SPY is getting a bounce off pre-market low. Pre-market low is holding on the SPY. Seeing the dollar trying to creep up just a tad. Big volume coming in the SPY. Big volume. So the head and shoulders that I see here is your left shoulder on Tesla head, right shoulder retraced to the neckline, rejection. Downside target of this head and shoulders puts us at, let me just erase some of these other lines here. Roughly speaking, we should see a move down to 239. There's a big pump in Microsoft. NVIDIA is still hovering at these levels, looking exceptionally, really soften up here. I'm watching Meta. Meta's looking a little constructive, believe. We're now approaching 2:45 p.m. 2:45 p.m. Hey Casey, how long have you been trading for, investing, if you don't mind me asking? The Dixie is softening up here. The Dixie is softening up. QQQ is having another attempt at a breakout. So Microsoft surging here. Big pump coming in on Microsoft. Big push. QQQ on watch for breakout. SPY is tapping EMA 113 on the 1 minute. We've broken down the coming into effect. All right, NVIDIA is trying to push higher here. So is Microsoft, Apple. Big levels. Apple's remaining strong. So is Microsoft. They're getting a nice little pump here into the end of the day. Back inside the wedge here on the SPY channel. All right, so we're seeing the SPY now break pre-market low. This is about to get a bearish. We could see a flush in the last hour of the session. NVIDIA is testing its pre-market low at 499.27. We're flat on our NVIDIA trade, flat on our 1DTEs for Tesla, and we're still holding our GDX short as well. And NVIDIA might be triggering a head and shoulders pattern intraday. Let's see if we get some follow through downside in this market, but the SPY is really testing this pre-market low multiple times. Bounced here off of the minutes, kissed it here, big rally, lower high, came down, bounced, a little bit of a lower high. Now we're looking to potentially make a lower low on the charts. And we really need to see a close below there. And I think we get a last hour flush in this market if we do close below that area. So just be ready There's a potential here for more downside in this market. There could certainly be more downside, but it's a big fight here that is occurring. I am getting some short signals across the board as well, and time will tell. SPY is now breaking, still hovering at that pre-market. NVIDIA's closing, looking to close below pre-market low again. That's not a good signal. Tesla still triggering that neckline. We're watching this S&P fall. I do have a potential retest all the way down to 452-ish on the chart on the S&P if we fall back down to the low of day. But you can see it's a big fight at this level. It's a big fight at this level. So what I'm going to show you here is, once again, we did get a 1 minute close, but it was inside this wick candle. So there's always a chance we continue to bounce. All right, so SPY is still holding above that pre-market low at 452.90. It's tapped that area several times now. Sorry, my screen is just taking a little bit to load here. There we go. We'll see if the SPY can hold this level or if it flushes. All right, SPY's pushing up here. Pushing up to the high side. It's now approaching that 3 o'clock time frame. Will we have power hour or sour hour? Time will tell. Time will tell. SPY's retesting that wedge pattern. EMA 113 as resistance, still holding the pre-market low. Let's see if we get rejected here. But NVIDIA's pushing, Microsoft's pushing, so is Apple, so is Tesla. So the Qs are going to lift this market. Here we go. QQQ is performing. I'm seeing maybe a 2-minute head and shoulders on NVIDIA. Maybe a 2-minute head and shoulders on NVIDIA. If it falls lower and triggers the neckline, we could see a flush down to about 497. All right, we are moving up here. Markets are moving up. So pretty much all of the yields have now turned red. So this is why we might be seeing a market little rally here into the end. So Tesla's still up 2.4% on the session. NVIDIA's down 0.75%, but significantly off of the lows. You have Microsoft, and it's been rejected pretty much all day long. All day long. All right, we're coming up to the top of this wedge. This white trend line is gap window. Gap window. Let's see what type of action we get off of this level. Apple's still holding strong. All right, so we saw a big impulse move there in the SPY.
Wow. What up, Cuddy? Going on?
G Star, have you seen the other iPad?
I'm upstairs.
Is it upstairs?
Upstairs. Goes. Oh, you better not have eaten our food because it's empty. Huh? See? Fucker. What did you do?
All right, we're seeing NVIDIA coming down, but Apple pushing up, testing pre-market low. Tesla's moving up higher too. QQQs did technically have a little bit of a breakout on the 3-minute chart for an inverted head and shoulders, but found resistance at that pre-market low. It's a big level here for the Qs. We'll see if it can continue its upside momentum. And nice job, Casey. 2014, you got some good experience under your belt. Weekly chart hasn't confirmed a break of this level yet. This would be weekly confirmation, but you can see some sellers are stepping in. Get uranium price. So CCJ, based off of the URA chart, I do have some levels here on uranium for a potential move all the way up to 3069 based off of this left shoulder head, right shoulder neckline break. Now, with this upside target, there is a chance we can retest the neckline before making a move higher. So it's kind of at a tricky inflection point here, and we have to watch it closely. But I would be a buyer if it retraced to the neckline there, which so big dump there in the SPY. Why? Because Apple's rejecting at pre-market low. Tesla's testing the neckline of the head and shoulders that it did trigger. Microsoft's rejecting at the high of the bearish range. NVIDIA could be putting in a little bit of a head and shoulders on the 1/2 minute chart. Has not triggered and broke the neckline yet, but you're getting your higher low, sorry, your higher high, higher high. See if it transpires this way. Still holding my GDX short from 29.51. The dollar is trying to get a little bit more of a bounce here as well. So watching it closely. Watching it very, very closely. And I will be right back, guys. Alright, so we're back in front of things here, 3:30 time frame. Really, we've gone nowhere, just chopping. The SPY tried making a little bit of a low. QQQ still trying to hold a bit of a breakout here, but it's kind of struggling. You're seeing Meta weaken, semis weaken, but there's strength in AMD and some of the other SOXX plays. Apple's still struggling over that pre-market low at 190.58. Puts there, but I think that we see what else we got going here. Obviously, we have earnings after the bell. Now, this head and shoulders may trigger on NVIDIA. We're getting a late last-minute sell program coming in the markets. Certainly, this market is overdone, in my opinion, to the high side. QQQ is retesting that neckline breakout. Never ever confirmed on the 3-minute. Still holding my GDX short. Oil just is testing the highs of the session. All right, so what I'm going to do here for GDX, I'm going to cover half my GDX short here at 29.28, locking in gains from that 29.51 short, and I'm going to leave the half on the table as more of a swing trade. So we banked 24 cents per share, covered half of the GDX position at 29.27, banked 24 cents. And I have 1,500 shares, so I covered half of them, 750 shares I just covered. But I'm going to leave the rest as a bit of a swing trade bottoming tail, which I do like. It's rejected off the 200 continuation bounce, which may prove to put some stress on the overall miners. So SPY looks like it wants to come test that pre-market low again. NVIDIA is bouncing off the neckline. Meta is seeing some weakness. Semis are still trying to bounce here. So you had a move off from the 1 or 2 minute chart, depending on what you look at. Move right back down to 497.36 on the charts, which just so happened to be the break. But you can see that inverted head and shoulders that we formed earlier in the day. 6 minutes left in the session. Let's see what we got. above that pre-market low. NVIDIA's testing that neckline. Qs are looking like a failed breakout of that inverse headed shoulders. Apple's coming down. Microsoft's weak. NVIDIA's testing again that neckline. So let's see if it breaks this area. Tesla's still struggling as well. The dollar's getting a little bit of a move up. The Russell's sorry about that. I forgot to mute my mic as I was chewing food. How rude of me. Let's just tighten up this neckline so we can see exactly. So you did get that 1 minute close. No confirmation yet, but looking like it wants to try to get back above. We'll see. All right, the largest semiconductor, AVGO, just triggered a head and shoulders in the 5 minutes. So they have the largest weighting in the SMH. It's currently down 1.48%, and it is triggering a head and shoulders on the 5 minute, which takes you down to about 967 on the charts. So about a $15 to $20 drop. NVIDIA did get a close, but trying to get back above that neckline. All right, so the head and shoulders on NVIDIA did trigger. So let's watch that. You still have strength in Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, but this head and shoulders has downside move. Takes you back to that neckline, or that would be a perfect retrace. The SPY is also selling at the moment. Let's see if we can get some continuation move down. Like I said, QQQ did have a failed breakout of the inverted head and shoulders. Dollar isn't even rallying, so we'll see if we get some more. NVIDIA's back below pre-market low. Our put is making us a little bit of profit here right now, but it doesn't mean it can't Rally back up and close above. Strongest mega cap today, but it has triggered a potential bearish intraday pattern. NVIDIA's continuing to see some more downside here off of that head and shoulders break. Still under pre-market low. We'll see if it gets a little fleshy late into the session. We have 15 minutes left. Binance news, BTC, 3 minutes ago. Did you look at? Yeah, I did look at BRZE, Casey. It's actually a very constructive chart. It's exceptionally more bullish the fact that today technology is getting hit. Let me just check this Binance news today. Oof, that's a big reversal candle on BNB. That's probably the nail in the coffin on BNB right there. You know, especially if you close below the daily 200, look at that nasty. That's heavy volume. It's not a good sign for a BNB. I actually remain a little bearish on crypto right now. We do hold BITI shorts on Bitcoin, so yeah, so the positives for BRZ, it's diverging from tech. Tech is selling off today. It is rallying. The only problem is it doesn't have a lot of track record. It's a smaller stock. It doesn't trade a million shares. It trades about 560,000 on average. So it doesn't meet a couple of the criterias, and I think it's only been trading for since. But it is constructive. It's got a large bullish base that it's trying to break out of. Let me just pull it up here.
I think this is the flattest day in a while. So it is what it is. Want to know what they are? You're welcome to join my group. I do have a 28-day free trial. If not, good luck.
Just give me a second here. I guess the chart is acting a little slow here on TradingView's end. Probably because we're getting lots of volume increasing in the last 10, 12 minutes here. All right, it's not wanting to, which is weird. Oh, there it is, BRZE. So I like the fact that you break out of this. Let's just let this chart load. So you're above this high pivot. That's a nice technical breakout. And you've triggered an inverted head and shoulders. This is more of a weekly pattern, but you have started to confirm on the daily chart, which is a very, very bullish sign, especially in a weak market. So upside target really takes you to about 69 bucks, maybe a little bit of overshoot since it's a bit long. If you got to pull back into this trend line, I would get long there. So it's looking very, very healthy though. But again, it's a new stock. It's a small cap. I think it's 5 or 6 billion deep. And again, doesn't trade all the volume, but you do have a constructive pattern here to move higher. And again, it's diverging. Tech is weak. NASDAQ is for that particular ticker. So good find there, Casey. Good find. All right, Bitcoin's starting to lose that 37,000 level once again. Weight of 453.42 on the SPY. NVDA, massive bounce. Looking to negate the head and shoulders, but retesting the neckline as of now. I guess TradingView's software is looking a little slow at the moment. It's lagging. It's not wanting to update the charts. Lots of volume, lots of price action changing very, very rapidly and quick. But SPY did get a... Microsoft's pushing up some micro. It's at $500. $499.95. Video chart does not want to load for us. Let's see here. SPY. Gap window. That's your wedge low. NVIDIA is still retrace now. And still finding a little bit of rejection. Selling off as the indices are moving higher. Little interesting divergence.
The cards are in the truck, bro.
What's that? On Meta, big drop on Tesla there. Apple's still holding up. Microsoft still holding up. NVIDIA getting rejected at that neckline. but big drop on Meta. Very interesting. Dollar's still trying to perk back up as well. NVDA just closed them at 498.40 for a small gain. And I'm going to hold Tesla. Tesla are 1 DTE. We're basically flat, but I just closed NVIDIA here. For yet. All right, so as of now, the SPY is down 0.25%. Russell just made a new low of day, down 1.33%. QQQ down 0.6%. Meta just had a late 10-minute flush, nasty 10-minute candle on Meta. Oil's starting to perk back up. Dollar's trying to curl. It's tapping that daily 200 moving average yet again. Microsoft closing under pre-market low, but off of the lows. Apple testing pre-market low right now, down on the session 0.44%. Microsoft's down 0.22%. NVIDIA's retesting that neckline yet again. And we have 3 minutes till the close. 3 minutes till the close. And then we will be looking at some of the earnings plays that are around the corner. So like some of the earnings names, you have NVIDIA, HP, ADSK, which is Autodesk. Just going late in the session. Everything is finished. Amazon's pushing up.
I'm glad I didn't try to fuck around and find out. I almost joined you on like I almost re-entered about 45 towards the end of the day where I debated possibly getting them. Yeah. They did go up 400% today. But I probably wouldn't have sold there.
So believe it or not, the all-time high on NVIDIA is actually 519.21. 519.21 is the highest that NVIDIA has been. If you look regular market hours, the highest that NVIDIA was yesterday, sitting at 505.46, give or take.
I grabbed those oxen calls with whoever I think Baker called those out earlier. I did, yeah. I took those just for 12 or 15%. Yeah, they weren't that great.
All right. Well, thank you all for tuning into the live stream. We'll maybe watch NVIDIA here, see what transpires. But overall, net negative day for the markets. And we'll just have to see if there's any more upside in this market with NVIDIA set to report here. So NVIDIA closed at $499.99 exactly. Basically $500.
Yeah, I'm in his target ones as well. They closed up 11%. It looks like ADSKB 2.07 estimate was 2.00.
All right, so Autodesk is dropping here. Look at that drop. Just mark that low in. So beats or not. So the SPY is trading lower, about 24 cents in the after hours. Nothing crazy here. Negative. The SPY closed at 453.26, down to 452.84. S&P is still selling there in the after hours.
Yeah, so $16 call December 1st. So we got time on the calls. But like I said, if I was wrong or we go down, to 13.50, then these puts are going to pay good. This is the 24th of the purchases coming up. Yeah. Sharky, those NASDAQ closes at 4:45. It opens again at 6. Oh yeah, I know.
All right, so we're just waiting on NVIDIA earnings here. Should be out in about 10 minutes. So far, markets are down in the after hours off of a few other earnings, Autodesk. So 519 was your all-time high in the pre-market on NVIDIA. That is a upside move of about 3.9%. You will see. Even if NVIDIA beats or comes in line and we get a pop, I expect that market to be faded. Just look what happened with the last earnings. We got that pop, and then the next day it was completely faded and most of the earnings are given up. But we'll see what happens. They could come out with a stellar earning. If the earnings report is too strong, then it may kind of be that buy the rumor, sell the news, where it might put too much forward expectations on their next earnings reports. So they need kind of a Goldilocks number. Nothing too strong, nothing too weak. Too weak, it drops. Too strong, investors start to look forward to the next earnings, and it's going to be hard. Say they do 30%, from last earnings. The expectation is about a 20% growth, but say they beat 20% this go around, it still puts a lot of, or say they beat 25%, it puts a lot of pressure on them to continue to squeeze those quarter over quarter margins.
Did you see that AMD puts unusual sweep open? Yeah, they came
Right at 359, we got some highly unusual AMD sweep puts right at 359. Whether or not that's a hedge or just a protection, we will find out. There's both puts and calls on the highly unusual side for NVIDIA, so we'll see what happens here.
It's gonna be like sad and like insane beat. It's gonna rip cheeks all the way to 600. Imagine goes to 720. Oh boy. Imagine it drops to 200. Oh boy. Oh boy. It'll carry everybody with them. Yeah, the whole market. So you think they're going to dump it because they ran it up the last few days? Who, me? Yeah. What, the video? Yeah. I mean, one kind of really out there stupid theory, and I say stupid because I mean this is what I'm about to say. Maybe that was part of the move. In other words, that happened because otherwise they would have absolutely replaced again. Maybe. Or maybe they set it up for a dramatic downfall. Just to catch people. They typically do with their hands.
One stock that got a big boost in the after hours is AVGO. Up nicely, up about $6.45 in the after hours.
We had surprised it's not tanking yet. 455 call. Fairly competitive. A minute. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. 595. Just so you know, Shark. Anything highly unusual is going to also be aggressive. Yeah. Okay.
Specifically, it has to speak to is the sustainability of a new concept distributed to AAPL.
The 455. The 445. I can't look. Oh my God. You got 2 minutes. Till they release their earnings, I think. Yo, Trendspider, get up here. Looking for and watching out for on that earnings call, but I want to focus in on these numbers. For the record, NVDA has pulled a interesting move, and it just didn't report the numbers until like 4:50 p.m. Eastern before. So I actually looked at what happened, but I'm also fairly certain the numbers were really good. That might have been the first time in this whole kind of I remember what happened. Asked in the room alone with the numbers for a little bit, and then what did he do in the room? He just had to like sit in his chair and just take a deep breath and crumbled up the paper in his hand, and then he walked outside and said, "Okay, guys, I'm ready to take a deep sigh." That's why they were late. Just at Duff's point, the relevancy of this market itself. There are almost 1,400 people in this room, which is what more than double, more than that we normally get in the power hour spaces, and right there is telling you that this is very, very important stock for the stock market. Also, quickly, I really want to get this across. One word: bullish Paris, clarity. What do you think the stock does after these numbers? I'm going to say bullish first. First, stock up? I mean, I don't trade that way, but. All right, Jeff, bullish Paris, pretty yes. I think we drop and then we pop. So down first and then it crawls back up with the bullish price. Yeah, I think we drop and exactly what Trevor said. That's easier. Get down,
All right, NVIDIA is pushing up here. All right, so NVIDIA beat earnings expectations. Projection was for 16.19 billion. They came in at 18. Pop and then a drop. We'll see. They are dropping here. High forward-looking expectations. NVIDIA is now down 2.6. 2.6. We're continuing to drop 3%. Forward expectations, what I touch base on, are going to be too extreme. We're down almost 4% on NVIDIA. We're down almost 4% on NVIDIA. This is hurting the market. SPY is dropping. We're down now 4.5%, pushing 5. Can we get 5% down? Let's go. All right, forward expectations are for 20 billion. That's going to be a very, very tough number to beat next go around. But NVIDIA is dropping. We're now low of 6.6%. NVIDIA is falling still. It's getting a bounce now. It's getting a bounce. It's down 4.7. It is bouncing here, hitting that first Fibonacci level. We'll see if we get more downside. Some buy the dip is coming in here. Down 3.9 at the lows. Whoa, whoa, whoa. AVGO gave up most of those gains. NVIDIA is still down 3% here. Now it's basically flat, almost down 2%. It's moving fast here. It's moving super, super fast. Super fast on NVIDIA. 6.7%. So to drop that stock that much, some severe bulls would have had to sell. But they did beat. Down 2.9. It's well off of the lows on NVIDIA. Still continuing to see some buyers coming in here, buying it up off the dip. But it was a beat on earnings. A big beat nonetheless. We'll see what the forward guidance says. It was a pretty big move down initially, and buy the dip has come in pretty strongly. This is a bellwether name, so we got that dip down, but it's now getting bought right back up, only down 1.76%. So I'm just going to mark the low there on the chart. So NVIDIA expects sales from China to decline significantly. That's hurting it right now. It's still only down 1.9. The low is 468. Look at that big bounce. Down 2% now. NVIDIA looks like it wants to try to go green after all of that. Look at this volatility. Wow. What a drop, though. So big bounce. NVIDIA is trying to go green there. It's down 0.78%. Basically, it closed at the market at 500, and now it's trading at 497, so it's only down less than 1%. The low, it was down 6.26%. Now it's trying to go green. The buy the dip rush in NVIDIA continues, and again, I'm going to stress the forward expectations. A 20 billion or an 18 billion beat makes it difficult, much, much more difficult than the next guide. But it's a beat nonetheless, and NVIDIA is basically flat. NVIDIA is basically flat. Down a little bit in the after hours, dropped all the way down 6%. It rallied up 1.8, dropped 6. So again, with the bigger drop from with the bigger reaction to the downside, you have to anticipate that there's still going to be some potential sellers in this name. I wouldn't be shocked if we retrace 50% of this big wick. I don't think we'll test this low again, not at least in the pre-market, depending on if the Jensen's comments on the earnings call is weak. But I do anticipate we see a little bit more downside. Amazing how it stabilized the market. Big wick down, and it is stabilizing now. So we'll see. We'll see if that reaction. So what I'm going to encourage you tomorrow, since we saw the bigger reaction to the downside, doesn't mean we can't go up. Mark that low. That will be your pre-market low tomorrow on NVIDIA, and we could actually test that area tomorrow. That'll be interesting to see if we do.
We shall see. 75% gross margin, by the way, meeting expectations of 72%. So do you think the real move comes during the call, though? Honestly, no. But we'll see.
But a big buy program came in and swooped up NVIDIA. Just swooped it up.
Yeah, you're looking at a month progress tomorrow, okay? There's going to be some guarded optimism over China and policy and all that.
NVIDIA is now back basically flat. It is basically flat now. Almost back to 0% down. That was actually my consensus. Oh, now it's up in the after hours, so we're getting a pop now. So now it's up 0.5%.
Upgrades, isn't everybody already bullish on this thing? I mean, realistically.
Crazy swings in the semiconductor market. Very crazy swing. The SOXX is still negative in the after hours. The S&P is still down in the after hours, but NVIDIA is trying to raise the market. Let's see if we get more downside. Flat right now. Up a 0.63%. What a swing. Down 6.5. Up 2. And that's all within 10 minutes. Crazy swings. But it's up on the session. It's up on the session. All right, so on that note, I'm going to end the stream here. Thank you all for tuning in. It'll be an interesting session to see how that market call goes. But thank you all for tuning in. It was a very successful day trading session for us. We banked, I believe it was over 20 trades, and there were one loss on Apple and about 19 wins. I might have had 2 losses, but a magnificent day on the stream. We banked quite a bit there, and congratulations.